2 seconds, 3 seconds. Let's start talking. 3 seconds in
God,
should be
boy.
enough. What?
I'm just reading what you put up here.
Hello, internets. This is Dean. Yin and yang, occasionally surrounded by green, top left. And George. Bear.
The bear.
The Bears. At the top left. We are live. Something I wrote somewhere. I have refreshed the page. What I wrote. That made you say OG-D.
I was just looking at the cover.
I thought you would rejoice. Talking about the thumbnail?
Yeah, I'm tired of it. That's all. I'm tired of the whole thing. I'm ready for it to go away.
We are one step closer.
I mean, when
Whether
something
we
gets plastered and plastered and plastered and plastered and plastered and plastered over every news network, YouTube channel, it's like after a while you want to go, give me a break. Move on to something else.
Coming up.
Yeah, she's been fired.
What do you mean fired?
I read it earlier. Sorry. The Supreme Court has removed her from the case.
That's an appeals court, not a Supreme Court.
Okay, appeals court.
Yes, and that's not fired. We gotta careful our words.
Fired from the case.
Yep. And I still don't know. All the ones I've read, they don't care. It's in the to-do checklist. Everybody go look at the description while I'm writing something else. Because we said GH asked for a break. DW thought. VH says one break coming up. It is from, I believe, that's the YouTube bar. Get a link. Always tie it to music or movies and run off on a distraction. Never mind what you had a checklist and a plan to talk about. Squirrel. And Halen Unchained. If you don't know, look, I've watched it while logged in. Or heard it. 2015 remaster. Right in the middle of it. He says, one break coming up after he says something. Schmexiest.
I mean, one of the absurd, somewhat absurd conspiracy theories that's going around is that Elon Musk and Ramaswamy are preventing Congress from passing bills.
Yeah, whatever. I got it on the list.
Well, I'm just saying, if Congress is being bullied by these two, let's vote them out because they're not worth the taxpayers' money that they pay for their housing and paycheck. Because these two, may be aided or mouthpieces to the president. They don't speak for the president. They really don't speak for the people. For the most part, they are not elected officials. They have no power. They're just making recommendations on how to cut the budget. That's what they are. They're advisors, is the best way to put it, with no power. Now, if those advice on cutting the budget work, go for it. You took advice. I hate to say this, advice is like everything else. It tends to be free, and it only costs you on the back end. If you take it, it's good advice, you make something. If it's bad advice and you take it, you pay for it.
EM and VR, not virtual reality. Vivek Ramaswamy. It's going up on the screen. Congress already believes, and the CR, which means continuing resolution, shut down junk, and influence, blee blah, blee blah. That's another squirrel. It's everybody up there. Let me see. How did I put it in the description? I put it in there somewhere. It seemed important. Uh, T-Prez, giggle. I'll explain that later. Poor old Joe. Should the employees strike? Nope, that was something else. It had to do with the same thing. Well, I thunked about it real hard. Maybe I got it in there. Maybe I don't. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not. Why shouldn't they unduly influence or all this other jazz? If everybody involved allows it, including current executive zombie in chief Joseph R. Biden Jr., why are Congress people contacting Mr. Trump, let alone people that have something or don't to do with him? Why are they consulting Mr. Trump about anything having to do with our government and shutting it down and resolutions and votes and anything else? And not Joe Biden. I'm going to answer that right now.
They don't
Should,
think Joe Biden.
should Donald Trump know better and do better and avoid the appearance of impropriety? Yes, no, maybe so, whatever. I don't live in a cloud either or have my head up my butt. If we're going to go talk and I'm going to get a grade for it in some kind of fantasy politicians class, like sci-fi politics in the USA. Well, if we didn't live in the world that we live in the country that we live in, that's not really a country, it's a union of individual country, nation states, blah, blah, blah. As long as we don't accept reality. Should Donald Trump be punished, penalized, or because he's so smart and genius and everything else, he should tell, like we talked about the other day, the leaders of foreign nations? What are you bugging me for? I'm not the president yet.
No, they want to kiss his ass because they know what's going to happen when he, or they suspect, they don't know. They
But the
suspect what's going to happen when he is president. And so they want to kiss his butt.
and if it was anybody else on planet Earth, there would be a gigantic investigation and a bunch of noise, and they'd come up with
Well,
some garbage, and they'd
if
call it
all
Russia, 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 collusion, 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 and they'd
if
make a
all
much ado about it, and Marjorie Taylor Greene would put Hunter Biden's pecker picks up on the walls of the Congress.
all of a sudden
But whose
you
responsibility that is to put their foot on the throat of this abdication of government at every level and the appearance of impropriety that may even be up to the rising to the level of usurping the United States government is Zombie Joe. I don't
you know
apologize, sir, and all of your incompetent advisors if they
it would
keep getting away with it because they can, because you, Mr. President, will not do anything about it. Then I don't blame them. I would too.
again, it would be funny if all these people such as the Prime Minister of Canada and all these dignitaries from around there, are just coming to say hi. How's your golf game? Because since he does own golf courses in probably every one of those countries, and we kind of like you, we enjoyed your TV show. Okay, then they're free to do that. But I guarantee you, if all of a sudden Trudeau and Barris, the Prime Minister of England, and the President of France, and all them all of a sudden showed up done wanting to talk to you and me, there'd be at least be an investigation. Like, okay, no, they were just here to say we liked their podcast, or we liked the way they train, or we like this. We're not asking. We did happen to talk about politics because that's something that goes on in the world. But other than asking them for advice, they can't do squat at this time.
Except they're all passing the buck. And like, I read a long thing today. Somebody named Holly, and I don't care who he is, says that he talked several times, spoke with. He didn't say how. Of course, this isn't in a written report. He's just running his mouth. No one will write anything down. He's some kind of either Republican House dude or a senator. Holly R. Several times he has communicated with Mr. Trump himself and Elon and Vivek
It sort of
about
me.
providing government official act statements about how he was going to oppose Mike Johnson's proposal for continuing resolution so they avoid a shutdown on Saturday. This
I think
is
we need to have a shutdown.
everybody should tell that dude, Holly. Should, if they had a moral bone in their body, they should, except we don't hire people for their good morals. We hire them maybe because nobody, they're the lesser evils. So there you go. And Trump won. And presidents by proxy, Musk and Ramaswamy won. Let's put them statues up in Washington. Because they ain't the first.
They won't be the last.
They should, in an academic heads up our butts idea of what would and could and should be right in this country, tell any congressperson that contacts them prior to inauguration day and without official document saying that it's allowed to avoid the appearance of impropriety. Like, dude, you're in the Congress and you just said you contacted 3 private persons to take on your official duty to say I'm not voting or I'll abstain or something, to threaten the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Whatever. See, no. Do I blame the 3 that you contacted because they said, yeah, sure, whatever, dude. If I was you, I wouldn't vote for it. If you ain't going to document it and clock in and clock out and provide in writing, why the hell are you talking to them? There should be a set of rules. We don't have to recall you in your own state. That's an impossibility. That's why us people don't care. We're utterly apathetic. There's nothing we can, if all 350 million Americans of us say, that Holly dude's got to go. He's playing games in our House of Representatives. Too bad. Like George said a few minutes ago, well, I guess you could try to vote him out next time, I guess, maybe. What you gonna do if no one runs against him in his primary? We all know. Yeah, okay. It's 2024, not 1724. We just need a simple set of rules and checklists. If it even appears wrong, you're out. Not having a vote, not having, they can censure each other in the House. Like, shut up and you're not allowed on any more committees. Go sit over there and shut up. Be quiet. You can't even speak on the floor anymore. Have they ever? No. They did it to Marjorie Taylor Greene for a while because Nancy Pelosi didn't like her. They are advice only. It is up to each person yakking to yak. Everyone is trying to yak this week. If you are right about the people's rights, but it is up to the people. Yeah. It's fine as long as it doesn't. What? It's all good. No one's
Yeah,
gonna
but
get up and do anything until it hurts themselves individually. Been over that for the many times. No skin off my back.
If you go up there to voice your opinion, they're going to say, "Oh, insurrection, insurrection." I don't care what party you're for. At this point, you go up there to voice your opinion, which is your constitutional right. They're going to yell insurrection and try and have you put in jail.
Inciting, whatever, speaking against. They've made all their rules and everything else. And I mean, go up where?
Hell, Raleigh, with the current administration we have now in Raleigh, it's like something we did back in the 90s, which was show up in mass to say we want carry concealed permits. And all they did, and I hate to say it, and I was one of them. All they did was get the Senate, the House, the representatives up at Raleigh, to sit down and go, okay, let's have a hearing. They had a hearing. One of the people I suggested they call about how it would be better for someone to be able to have a carry concealed, because a friend of mine was shot and killed. His girlfriend, who was also a friend, permanently wounded. And several talking about, for those that don't know, there was a mass shooting at a restaurant off of McPherson Church Road in Fayetteville, North Carolina. We always refer to as the Luigi shooting. If somebody in that restaurant would have been carrying a concealed weapon, or just be allowed to carry a weapon, I feel my friend, and that's a what if. He's already dead, so that's all we can do is play the what ifs. Would probably be alive right now. Luckily, someone did step in and distract him and got some of the people out. Knowing one of the first two cops on scene, the first cop, Fayetteville police officer, versus reverting to his BLAT, basic law enforcement training, he reverted back to his Army training as an MP. MPs at the time were trained to shoot for the legs to disable the person versus shoot for center of body mass. Because of it, the shooter in the restaurant, named French, was shot in each leg, and he kept moving, and then he was shot in the head region, hit him in the jaw, broke his jaw. The poor flesh bag o' flesh, is still living. Yes, he got sent, and they said they couldn't hold a court in Fayetteville, so they moved it. But did they move it to another city in North Carolina? No, they moved it to Virginia. Therefore, he was not, by any stretch of the imagination, did he have a jury of his peers. One, he did not live in Virginia. He was not from Virginia. He wasn't stationed in Virginia. But due to they felt he wouldn't get a fair trial, that's where they moved it. They could have moved it to Raleigh. Hell, they could have moved it to Asheville. And people would have gone, okay, it's staying in the state with the state prosecutors. He got life imprisonment. Why did he get life imprisonment? Because Virginia at the time did not have the death penalty. That man should have had a needle in his arm with bad chemicals going through it to delete him.
Okay.
Oh, that's just seeking revenge. No, that's seeking justice. He cold-bloodedly killed several people. And yeah, I kind of want revenge because he killed a friend of mine, a very close, who actually lived here at my house. And he killed him just because after shooting his girlfriend in the buttocks, taking out her sciatic nerve, he had the audacity to cover her with his body and say, "Please don't shoot, please don't shoot." So French shot him at point blank range with birdshot into the back of the head and took off his skull. And it basically, first he initially said, "You better shut her up or I'm going to shoot her again." She's shot. She's scared. And if I knew then what I know now, he would have been deleted before he even got to court.
In a video game, allegedly, hypothetically, fictionally.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm just saying because when I went to visit her to make sure she was okay in the ER that night / morning, because I was there as soon as it didn't even, I got a call from one of the police officers because he knew I knew her. And she had no family in the area because she was military. At Cape Fear. When I went to go see and check up on her and all, because I knew she was pregnant, I did not realize that I walked right by his room. Oops, unplugged something. And what made it worse, he had half the Greek community downstairs of the hospital hoping that they could catch a glimpse of him and delete him then. That was one reason they had to move him out of Fayetteville. They didn't have to move him out of North Carolina, but they did have to move him out of Fayetteville because the Greek community wanted to delete him. Because one of the people he killed was very highly loved and respected in the Greek community. And that was the owner of Luigi's restaurant. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Please. I know you are conditioned by 39 years of living in this country. And I'm not trying
That's one case I feel
to
very strongly about.
sound goofy to you, and I've had up on the screen for a long time that, in my humble opinion, and if we have to take this down later and edit it, so be it. We will. That it is very acceptable because of your personal connection for you to talk this out any way you feel like. That's why I have not interrupted you. I've got all the stuff up on the screen about no, don't. This is part of whatever.
Due to my
Whatever
condition,
you said, let me say this into the algorithm. Hang on just 1 second. Hold your thought. Remember it. Don't let me mess you up. But I want to get this in a time closeness so that the bot might hear it. Everything he just said is just him talking his feelings, his true feelings. All of you other people who only worry about your feelings, remember, he gets equal whatever. And what the correct, the utter way is, I've said it many times on here and submitted a request to the bots myself, and I don't mean to reduce you acceptable use people or terminologies or terms of service people. We just all lovingly call you the bots. Not trying to dehumanize human reviewers, because it is historically and factually accurate. 150 years ago in this country, the local shire of Cumberland County might have strung that dude up right there. We got to have some swift justice because the sheriff might also have been the local magistrate. A lot of people had to wear several hats once upon a time in America.
Oh, yeah.
And second to that is without any of the, oh, you're saying such ugly things. Okay, well, at the end of the day, George could very well have said in an honorable way, you and I are going to stand at paces in the street, sir, and hit his face with a soft cotton glove. And at noon, when the clock strikes 12 on the tower, we'll say na and huh to each other. It's called a duel. And it didn't have to be honorable. It had to be, I'm the whatever, all that stuff. I never get it right. The rootin' tootin' shootin' as fast as blah blah blah. The Elmer Fudd stuff. East of the Pecos. And I wanna prove something to you. Go see the Johnny Cash song. I'm gonna prove to all my friends. So anyway, what was your next thought, George?
The one thing that kept me from doing what I really wanted to do was my severe belief in the United States court system. I am often disappointed in the court system, but not always. Yes, I have very strong feelings that if I had my druthers, and I would delete him. But I also have to think, is, as you would put it, is that a hill I wish to die on? Is it worth my time going to court, possibly prison, or possibly having a needle put in me? And for the past 18 years, I have to say, no, he is not worth my time, my effort. He's worth, the situation's worth me hypothetically thinking, what if, and stuff of that nature. But I have something in my life that is worth more than all the trenches on the planet. Back when it happened, on the other hand, and all I had to do was me, because my brother could have taken care of my mother. It was just me. I'd have done it, and said hell with the consequences. But we all grow up, I hope. We all change, or can change. All can grow up. I won't say we all grow up. We all can grow up. We can change and grow internally. Luckily, I've had a lot of good people in my life to help me move on for the most part. And then one of them being my wife. Dean, you happen to be another one. I used one of your paraphrases. Is that the hill you wish to die on? Is this incident worth possibly losing everything? Anyhow, I am done. Whack.
Okay, for now. Getting real, talking about all these other fiction romance stuffs, these faraways, the cloud dwellers, Washington, D.C. I really don't care
Yeah.
about Georgia. But it occupies time. It's in the current mouths.
Yeah.
And I tie it to other things that are more important to me. Read the description. It is still, I don't know what you call it. I don't know. I don't have the words. I'm not going to go back to it yet. So anyway, we talked. Oh, I didn't get it in the list. See, when things get real all of a sudden, that's to me, man, we had some good talk. Let's just hop back on Tech Talk. Point of no return. And nope, I didn't get a link into the description. No more about yesterday. Yesterday don't matter. It's gone. Ask the Rolling Stones. Let's jump on the Tech Talk. 20 something. Oh no, it's 30. Let's just call it 31. Tech Talk. Not tiki talky. Tech, as in technology. Talk, as in me running my mouth. And if it inspires someone else, we're going to go down this road to get it off the checklist. Checklist item. Dashes, hyphens, minuses, whatever you call them. When you write your stuff up in other than, and then copy paste it into OBS or the tube, if you put dash something, and then another dash something, another dash, it strikes it out, as in strike through. Just something I noticed in the last strike through. Aha. Microsoft sees it my way. Try to see it my way. It's a Beatles song. I'm not finding a link to it. Oh, so what I have to do now, because I put a test where I noticed it previously, was, of course, where I wrote VH with a hyphen equals VH equals hyphen, the way it is trademarked on all of their stuff. In one of the comments or chats or descriptions previous, and it said struck through equals VH equals. So we're going to go look at it. We did a test. Open in new tab. Autoplay was blocked because you don't want to play the stream you're streaming. And then zoom the screen, the little things. Okay, passed through OBS. Here it is. The equal VH equals does not show up as strike through. But later on, if I go back and make the changes administratively and add tags and save it, it will strike it out. And if you put it in a comment that way, it strikes it out. Let's do some proof of concept. Minimize. Go away. Let's go to part 2 yesterday, Strimmer. Open in a new tab. Make sure autoplay don't happen. Autoplay is blocked. Maybe they fixed it as soon as I typed some junk up in here. Let's put next day proof of tech talk concept equals no dash equals BH Benson and Hedges. Go look it up yourself. Minus equals. And then we reply. Let me zoom it. Soon it will appear on the screens. it struck through equals VH equals instead of leaving like we had today, dash equals VH equals dash. It's just something to know. It's a little thing. When you're doing your stuff and you're doing your strimmers and you're commenting to your other people's, remember, if you want something strike through or stricken, surround it in dashes, at least in the comments and replies. I don't know at all. Does it work in the chat? Let's find out. Dash equals VH equals dash. Test, enter. Nope, it does not do it in the chat. What? Now we know. And as we all keep saying from the famous G.I. Joe show, V8 shows up as stricken. I'm supposed to do a test where what happens? And in it, I had some giggle thoughts that I'm not going to talk about too much. In the modern era, in the modern lingos of all you kids these days, of all ages, NPC equals a non-player character to the gamer kids these days. See and say, for the win, FTW. Doesn't mean the same what you think it means to old people like me. The Google AI overview does not say clearly. It just says basically, oh, any not you or not the player in a game. That's old people talk. It's Old-M'n talk. To computer Old-M apostrophe N. It means a brainless character, a useless thing. Useless and brainless characters in video games. Even if you can interact with them, they're not an AI, what programmers and real gamers call actors in the game. And all of us programmers learned, we will say learned this from the one and only world famous John Carmack, because he's the amazing super duper from id Software, Wolfenstein 3D, and Doom. And he instantly, it seems like, compared to everybody else, would put the source code of his super genius, makes him millions of dollars, and he shared it out into the world. Game engines. Very good guy. Back then. I don't know about it anymore now. But back then. And so he would say in his comments and descriptions and arrays or linked lists of AI engine stuff, there would be actors that things that act or interact in the environments of the games, 2D or 3D. And the monsters or enemies or whatever would be called bad actors. So we all just call anything that is interactive in a video game is not an NPC. Even if it's not, if it has AI, human or machine, it's not an NPC, which it comes across to Google from Google AI overview. To me, hey Google, update your AI overview. It shouldn't say that simple statement it says. It should say, is it anything like a door or a wall that when you activate the activation buttons that are supposed to open the door, it doesn't. Not because it's locked or anything else, it's just a fake door. Or one of the appears like a character, like a human, standing around the game environment, and you do things to it, like pew pew it, and it just stands there and nothing happens. Or you try to talk to it and it doesn't respond to you in the game world. That's an NPC. The kids these days, for the last 15 years, call adults that. As if they're just
Okay.
standing around taking up space on the sidewalks.
Well, NPC for me predates computer gaming to tabletop role-playing games, which means, as you said, non-player character, someone you can interact with, but has no real effect on the game, or is not a PC, which is player character. You had player characters, PCs, and non-player characters, NPCs.
So are we
But that's
talking about
going
in the
for
realm of games like D&D?
yes, Traveler, Top Secret, blah blah blah, and so forth and so
D
on.
and D and likes
Role-playing games, also known as
PC
RPG.
slash NPC equals. So maybe that's closer to what Google thinks. Like if you encounter a monster and you have to roll dice against it. Is that an NPC or is that just a different kind of character?
That's generally a monster. NPCs are, like, say you're in a town and you're looking for somebody. You have to ask questions to find out where this other non-player character is to get your assignment or their quest, whatever you want to call it. So you ask for directions. Okay, you just interacted as a PC with an NPC. All non-player characters generally you have different levels. Those that just have no stats are just general people. And then you have those that the game master or DM has created to be major non PCs in their game. And sometimes, yes, the bad guy can be an NPC. Because
Most of the modern young, and by young I mean 50 years old and younger,
yeah,
they especially with the modern trash that's coming out in our world, they call them blocks of wood.
yeah.
Real world and in
Okay.
games. Just stand there and don't respond to me.
As a hint, there are what we used to call death by text, NPC text, which is in a written module. The NPC has, for whatever reason, has to get this diatribe out before you can react. And we used to call that death by box text.
Mhm. And to
Because you're sitting
really
there waiting.
old school, spelled SKOOL, computer nerds like me, NPC means non-printable character. Babies don't understand.
I get that. Well, that's the reason you and I both say always do not use acronyms until you have specified what acronyms you're talking about, because acronyms mean different things to different people and different subjects.
And I never much did mind the little things. Go look it up yourself. And there it comes. Phone is ringing. Be
P-
right back.
P-
I shall
P-
return.
PC also means a part of a computer or the computer itself. It's just that's the reason you need different acronyms for different things, but tell people what you mean by PC: player character, personal computer. Uh, I can think of some other things that you can make them up to mean, but not fit for uh, the YouTube bot. It's just that's the reason if you're talking to someone that you know is going to know what you're saying, it's okay to use acronyms. Other than that, don't use acronyms. I mean, POV, a prime example. In the military sense, it means privately owned vehicle. It is not a military vehicle that you're driving. You own it. So it's a POV. POV can mean all kinds of things depending on what you're dealing with. HK, HP, House Patrol. No, it's a printer, an HP printer, Hewlett Packard. You have to know your audience when you use an acronym. If you're writing it down, write it out first, then put brackets around it, then put an acronym, and then you can use your acronym further in your paper. When you're talking to people, you have to repeat it every so often. That POV means personally owned vehicle. Thank you very much.
What does that
This
mean?
is how.
Point of view. Yes.
So
if you're gonna jargon in that jargon, that quasi/paramilitary, not in the military.
I'm just saying, if it means something else with the audience you were talking to, like if you're talking to a medical lab, and it means personal observation verification, I made it up. So
vision, ray tracer, and point of view since forever. And personal owned/operated. Because you ask one police department what that means. Every one of those officers is going to give you a different answer what the O stands for. Vehicle. And some of them will say owned or operated. We don't know. Nobody knows.
Due to Hollywood and video games, some acronyms have become in the common speak of every man, like LZ for landing zone. HQ for headquarters.
See, I don't even know how to spell it, but spell checker fixes for me.
DOT, Department of Transportation. Another famous one is they have two acronyms meaning basically the same thing, but not quite. DUI and DUW.
DWI. Driving under the influence and driving while. I don't know why they
Toxic.
leave the U out of the second one.
Driving while
Intoxicated.
Well,
so many.
Say in North Carolina, we don't have driving while intoxicated. It's driving while under the influence, or driving while impaired.
Yeah, everybody's got to have their own. Well, let's change what it means in our state because we have state powers. No sense being uniform.
Right. North Carolina's driving while impaired means you could be drinking, smoking, toting, shooting up, whatever, taking cough medicine. You're driving while impaired. If you've taken enough cough medicine to be impaired. And it's, I hate to say it, more goes for insurance purposes.
And then let's look at
Because in this state, if you're riding a horse and you're drunk, it's a DUI. No, it's driving while impaired.
so we had a
DWI.
DWI here. Yeah.
Yeah, DWI. If you're in a grocery cart and someone is pushing you, and they are drunk and you are drunk, you're both getting a driving while impaired. If you're on a skateboard and you're drunk, you're getting a driving while impaired. So
Yeah.
for the
51.
jailhouse lawyers that come to North Carolina and think, oh, that doesn't apply to me. Wrong. Read the statutes. As I always told my students, they were about to get their driver's license and they're driving down the street. Remember, the book that says what you can do is like a less than a half-inch thick. The book that says what we can arrest you for is like 2 to 3 inches thick. Who's going to win? And no, all law enforcement and lawyers around the world do not want you to know the law. Because if you know the law as a citizen, subject, or whatever is deemed in your country, our country, you are a danger to them because they can't bully you with words. It's like I always say, if you've got a driving infraction and you know that driving infraction you've been charged with was a physical impossibility, go get some evidence, go talk to the DA first because the DA might just drop the charges. If he doesn't drop the charges, then go get a lawyer who has a reputation for winning cases, not because lawyers that do traffic court, they're going to stretch it out as long as they can because that means that's the more money they can make. They don't care about winning or losing. It's how long can it take? At least that's what it seems with all the attorneys that my father-in-law manages to find.
I'm making a note. It's on screen. I don't know why the rest of the screen went funny colored. My finger must have hit something. It happens. Am I still here?
Yes.
Okay. Had to check. My screen went funny colored.
I went on a ramble.
Oh no, it was fine. Remember, keep your eyeballs on the chat every now and then. She was chatting into your ramble. When you grow up and you're the strimmer, you gotta have eyeballs on that chat. Ray Bradbury, drunk and in charge of a bicycle. Probably doesn't
I
need
do
all the
not.
caps. I put a link to it at goodreads.com. They are not affiliated, not associated. They're just a place I have found many good reads and good discussions and, kind of the message board, old school kind of thing. Mm. And then we're going to hop that over there and say it is actually less expensive and even mostly time efficient to just go to AA or NA on a judge order mandate than to pay lawyers and play a game. And I will always try to say, when you're doing anything with what is truly and honestly, and when used in that kind of way, either by negligence or willful act, the vehicle is, in every aspect of every law, a deadly weapon.
Yep.
I don't care what all the laws in the court say. And I hope that the only person you ever hurt drunk driving is yourself. And turn yourself into mush and be
Well, the
trapped,
problem,
mushified in that vehicle as it burns up and stops you from ever doing that again.
yes,
If you don't take
that
it seriously, you're going to end up hurting somebody, and then you'll say because you're psychologically inequipped because of your childhood and all the other BS reasons you give yourself for drinking drunk and then driving drunk to begin with. Bunch of crap ass excuses. You're going to hurt probably innocent and then use that as an excuse to see what the earth did to me. That's why I can't quit. And I am
going to
utterly
going to
intolerant of how tolerant our society is of this garbage.
a few alcoholic paths. Most of them don't drink and drive. But if they were to drink and drive and hurt themselves, the problem is they never just hurt themselves. They always hurt someone else.
Yep.
Because if you paralyze or permanently delete yourself, you're going to hurt somebody. You're going to hurt family members, friends.
The general public. Who's going to pay for your medical care?
Yeah. Or, I mean, if you're deceased, you're still the government, the citizens will still pay for something because they have to pay you to be buried, for your junk car to be hauled off, pay for the investigation now. So you're always hurting somebody. It's just, if it's just you, you're hurting less people less severely, except for your family if your family happens to love you.
Yeah, go get help. Blah, blah, blah. Like Elizabeth said, go to AA or NA or whatever.
Your local mental health department, they have groups that help. VA, if you're a veteran,
Be cautious with those. The ones that'll say, oh, you want to get off the booze? We'll give you the pills. Those are not good, guys. Those pills are far worse. They all say
yeah.
on the bottle, don't drive while taking these things.
Also, once you are an addict of any kind, whether it's alcohol or narcotics, there's no such thing as, well, I can just do it this way and I'll be okay. No. One leads to two, leads to three, leads to 20, leads. Once you have determined you want off, you have to stay off. You have to remove yourself from the temptation. So if you
Yes.
have a party at your house, you have to go no booze if you're an alcoholic. And I hate to say it, that also means you should not drink non-alcoholic beer because the taste will remind you and you're going to get a beer.
Maybe
Even though
so.
it's not better for you, switch to soda pop or lemonade or water or something. Anything.
And get help.
Yeah.
Nobody, nobody, nobody can do that stuff alone.
Have to have a reason to do it. Because getting off caffeine, and caffeine is a chemical that your brain gets addicted to. You have to have a good reason to get off of it. I've been off caffeine now since May. Went cold turkey. That ain't easy, people. Oh, caffeine, it's not addictive. Oh, yes, it is. Especially you drink it in enough quantity.
Yes, yes, yes. We are 1 hour in.
I tell you, I used to drink a lot of caffeine, mostly in sodas, but a lot of caffeine. I haven't even had a fizzy soda other than if you want to call it ginger ale. And only it's mixed with something else.
Well, until I get paid to do it, I'm not going to even apply any more mind stuff to it. And I certainly don't want to speak against any giant corporation that's going to go kick YouTube in its pocketbook to get rid of me. But somewhere, somebody in one of these research universities that gets paid ridiculous amounts of grant money to figure such things out, unless the corporations will destroy your university for it, then, everything's all good. Don't worry about it. Go figure out what's worse. The chemical caffeine that used to be in caffeinated beverages, or all the other stuff that serves as also a short term stimulant to the system that is in the caffeine free diet, super duper good for you bubble beverage. In terms of, especially in terms of conditioning, you go study it yourself. What is conditioning? Somebody who gets paid to study something. I will just go always ask Sarah Palin, and she will always tell me because it got recorded. She said during the Barack Obama thing, time, the era, how's that hopey changey working for ya? Oh, she's so cute. Let's just put it down that way. How's that hope change working for ya? Sarah? The Sarah Palin. I hope I spelled her name right. Mm. That's what conditioning is. Donald Trump redid it and remade it famous this election, the Ronald Reagan. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Less expensive. Oh, see, it did it again. It doesn't even tell me if chat was deleted or whatever. The bots are at it again. The chat scrolled up and then it just scrolled right back down. Yay, chat. What would this world be had John What's His Name and Sarah Palin won? Somebody go write a fiction novel. If we had had no. Did they run in the first term against Obama or was that the second time? I don't know. I don't care that much. Let's go. Destiny. IRC channel. Poor, dear, heart made, and then heartbroken. Fawny Willis. What you talking about, Willis? Fawny Willis. It's on the checklist. And did I close it? What is wrong with me? The thumbnail today. I put some words over her head. I stole it. I mean, borrowed it. And I gave them credit in the description with links to their sites. From the Associated Press's, I don't know what else you're supposed to call this, tile. In the little goes left, goes right. You click what you choose to. At msn.com. Because it was one of the scrollers that was scrolling while I was trying to get awake by sucking on hot caffeine. Coffee. Not a sponsor. Not an endorsement. This AM. And I said, victory. Because even if I had nothing to do with it, somebody may still have to reach out to all the lawyers involved. Because I don't know what comes next. The appeals court seems to have removed Prosecutor Fannie Willis from the Georgia election case against Trump and others when I read this Associated Press thing this morning. It did not say. Does that mean her and somebody else in her office can continue this madness? I really want to know. Let me get my... Is it down there in the description? If somebody knows, or if you know of somebody that knows how to get in the know, get them onto this streamery and the previous ones where I've discussed it. Does this automatically mean that the whole office is disqualified and going to, I don't remember the name of it, the council, the whatever? I apologize, Peachy, Georgia, not Ukraine, Georgia, the U.S. one, the Peach State. I don't care enough. I thank you. That's where I went to get certified as a law enforcement firearms instructor. I heart you, heart you, heart you, and I hatey, hatey, hatey. Not the country, just the other thing. The Atlanta metro area. All of rural Georgia. Hardy, hardy, hardy. I escaped big cities. I just don't like big cities. There's nothing special about you, hot Atlanta. But anyway, in the Georgia state is her office totally disqualified, meaning the case is going to go to what we lovingly nicknamed after Stephen King's edification, the dead case office in Georgia, where cases go to have a sort of perma-sleep. They might be cryogenically frozen, like that great Sylvester Stallone, Sandra Bullock, Wesley Snipes movie, and lots of other actors. There was some guy from Saturday Night Live in there. I can't think of the name. It'll come to me later. So, if it does, if her office is now disqualified, and if it goes to the council or whatever they call it, the dead case office is what I call it. And if you're paying attention, or you're still here, George, see, I spelled it out. And then I put in parentheses DCO, because I meant to use an acronym on the next line. And the next one after that, two more down. Can they recommend dropping of the case or canceling the indictment or whatever you lawyer people call it? I don't know what you call it. Because as I understand it from previous explanations a long time ago, moved to the dead case office is not dismissed. My inquiring mind wants to know, but not enough to dig and dig and dig and dig, or send an email, or click a contact us link, or any other ding-danging thing. I have neither time nor treasure to invest further in this fiasco. And the judge, without a plaintiff office, without a district attorney, who is the plaintiff in this criminal proceeding, can the original judge, not the appellate judges who disqualified her/her office, can the judges say, well, based on this appellate court ruling, I'm dismissing the indictment in the case against all the plaintiffs that still exist? I don't know. I don't care. I'm certainly not going to bother the judge by asking him, or the judge system in the great state of Georgia. And then my next question would be, if everything is no to the above, if it really does just sit there, stuck in permanent continuance and silence in that court's docket, or whatever you call it, in that court under that judge, and if he gets replaced, whoever replaces him, then can the council, or whatever they call it, what I call the DCO, appoint a special to document and provide a state or a different county's attorney, district attorney, to just turn over a simple document as to why we are now begging, as the taking over this plaintiff's, that it must be dismissed and done with forevermore, and retracted, recalled, unindicted. I don't know the terminology. That's criminal lawyer stuff and criminal court judges stuff. Elizabeth said, it will be interesting to see what all the lawyers have to say on X, as they do discuss this type of thing once the case becomes public. I don't know that it does, and this case is very public. See the hearings that the judge has his own YouTube channel for the court for this case, and it's not a monetized thing, at least last time I looked, because it's a government agency and they have a special deal between government warehouses and YouTube that I probably could go play those videos from the court, and we could deal with it on as react content or transformative or discussion content on a stream. There's no need to go back through that. It's been done well. There's technicalities involved. Yeah, long before I lost the other social, many people told me, well, man, you need to get over on Twitter. Now, the artist formerly known as X, and blah, blah, blah. No. No, thank you. I'm already very, I don't know, intolerant. I'm too stupid for all the smart people of X. And it offenses my ignoramusness when people talk all that smart in my eye space. But anyway, I just want to know, can they, and if you can, state of Georgia, hey, baby, does a special appointed by special have to be a lawyer in that state, or some other such pip pip and cheerio and hubbity bubbity? Because all I would think, in my humble opinion, being absolutely having not paid any dues in you powdery wig types field, I wantonly and willfully, in my utter stupidity, stomp all over your toes with these goofy questions. If you people would put this stuff out there without the possibility of questioning, people like me wouldn't have questions. Oh, asked and answered, dealt with, as if you have never had, let alone one of the most important cases in the history of the United States of America. The prosecutor tossed. If you hadn't ever experienced this, then why the heck do you have the dead case office? So if you can just pay someone some money, I'll write you up to 2 pages. I did say. Does it have to be an expletive? All the expletives. Lawyer? Sorry, lawyers. Especially my cutie pie little cousins. Boys and girls of all ages. I try not to hate you because of the career path you took. I imagine in my own mind, little cousins, that you're the good ones. To prepare the little report of this is just too financially expensive. See the quotes 2, 3 streams ago when I went deep, might have been 4 streams ago, I don't know, into this Georgia madness. I am very pleased. It has the appearance, even if accidental. There's no way to spend enough money, not only on the dude that runs the council, I think it's called, that I'm inappropriately called the DOA case office, said in his previous interviews and writings that it's up to him and the rest of the council to decide. Is it just going to be too expensive to reinvestigate and revive the case? My word, not his. To pick the thing back up and go after convictions on the original defendants. With all, not the appearance of, with all the absolute, the fact that we know that Fonnie Willis knowingly and willingly accepted false billing and false statements from the lead investigator on the case. And that under the penalty of perjury, Nathan Wade, special lead investigator on the case, falsified his billing documents. With both of their credibility utterly destroyed. It seems to me it would be the smart thing to do to now budget this. Every bit of the work product is now wrecked. So not only does that involve, in particular, every line item, every so-called interview or deposition or notes regarding it has to be questioned. Are you really going to hire a team of credible investigators to go, and then how are you going to deal with if the state of Georgia has already occupied several or many hours of their time? Going to make them repeat it so that it can be correctly and properly documented to make sure that Nathan Wade didn't fudge that transcript a little bit into evidence, like he fudged totally his billing. It would cost, to me, in my mind, at least 10 times to the taxpayers of Georgia to find out whether or not you can even go forward, let alone Can you make this appeal proof? Well, the appeals court has already spoken about the lawyers, and I put it below because it's ties to previous discussions and conversations. It would be interesting to know, now that the new election has been certified and sealed, what the numbers were for Trump. It might make a difference in deciding whether to try to rehash the case. I don't understand. The 2024 election numbers have nothing to do with the 2020 election numbers, and the 2020 election numbers are well certified, even hand counted. The case was a good case, in my humble, stupid opinion. All it needed was not even the appearance of, let alone the absolute confession under oath, under penalty of perjury, of inappropriate or goofy lawyers. They threw this case. And it's another sad. That's why I made the thumbnail for today. Where do I find it? Of all the law joints and all the law towns and all the whatever, I was making fun of Casablanca. And the title of today's number 22 is what used to be the title of the Destiny IRC channel that I started. And I've discussed in previous live streams, it was very popular. And it's a Buzzcock song. It's in the description. I added or H8 to today's title because it would appear to me that she fell in love, at least for a little while, with Mr. Nathan Wade. And an absolute H8 with former, future, and current elect President Donald J. Trump. But not in yesterday's discussion with the wife was the difference between knowledge and wisdom, and it got deeper and deeper, her trying to figure stuff out and me not trying to have my crabby old man short versions of interlude. 01 23. Oh, interlude, because F. Willis had much or all knowledge, but obviously no wisdom. And in my super simplification, and that would take another whole, I don't know, 10.5 hour streamery live on the YouTube, which I have discussed with my good women's. Let's please stop talking about this, or you talking at me about it. Let me scoot you up in front of that microphone. And every now and then, when you allow me, say, now what's that simpleton's version that you have? To me, wisdom is knowledge applied or acted upon. And that's all I'm saying about it. Now we're going to get back to the peanuts in this pile of poop. Screw that. You've been awful quiet a long time. George, are you muted?
No, not at
Okay.
this time. I
So
just don't
all
have
that.
anything to add on that subject.
Yeah, it's going to cost 10 or 20 times It has to. Did I sit down with a calculator? I don't know what this thing costs so far. I know that Nathan Wade and Fawny Willis claimed that her office paid almost $500,000 with an M, not a B, dollars to him. But who else did they pay money to, and how much in-office expense and salaries and hourly wages and investigator? That's just his partnership, now dissolved, divided, whatever it is. The gross receipts that were falsified, 400 something $1,000. I think he said, well, it only averages out to $60,000 a month. I probably shouldn't speak so loosely. What did Nathan Wade say his monthly average from Trump case income was? He took a large pay cut. Oh, poor baby. I did whatever. Oh, poor baby. Oh, listen to him. He gave of himself. Somewhere in one of those discussions, depositions, interviews, or other things he did, testimony in his own behalf in the hearing.
Be right back.
I think he said somewhere around $60,000 a month. I saw it scroll by my eyes. And then my jaw cracked again. I just saw it. According to 11alive.com, Georgia Trump case special prosecutor paid $500,000 more than others hired by Fulton DA office. I don't know. I've heard many times the $500,000 thing. There it is on the screen. That's as far as I'm going into that. So if I'm right and it costs 20x that just to get through his work product and his billing and his reporting, and he supposedly, allegedly, under oath says that he would submit the billing stuff to her, she'd get it approved, but then if they had a question about it, like it said, there's whatever 6 gazillion hours on this thing with no accounting for what were the hours for, someone at the county budgets or county contract payments department, the accounting for the county, which is separate from her office, would contact him. So there's not even communications correct in the whole thing. Whatever county you are, Fulton County, Georgia, clean up your act. Get this stuff right. County, don't pay any of the district attorney's contract bills if they don't come in submitted with minutes on them. And big, big, big unquestionable details. Make it county policy. Anybody who contracts to the county for work and doesn't provide good, can be entered into court evidence of their billing is not getting paid. And they accept that when they accept contracts with the county. If it leads to a question for the data entry people that do billing data entry, it goes in the trash can. Especially when it comes from what's supposed to be a lawyer. Why did he do these things wrong and she do these things wrong? Because they get away with it until now, until they don't. And this is what we're supposed to learn for the rest of us. if it had not been Trump, would we be hearing about this? If they had elected not to include him in the indictment, just the other 18. And I'm probably misquoting that. Let me verify my mouth. How many total defendants are there in the GA election case? Willis. Lots of news headlines now. Removed. Yeah, I don't even get an AI overview, Google. My mind keeps telling me 19, but the other day when I was looking it up, it said 15. So was there 15 left after the 4 pled guilty? We get away with whatever we're getting away with until we don't. Then we're all going to stand around and say, yeah, but. No one ever held anybody else's feet to any fires in all the government and all the private businesses too. Yeah, okay. Until we did. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Donald Trump and 18 co-defendants. Thanks, Wiki. All the rest of you who complain about the Wiki all the time. And this is because it is the topic of the stream. Sorry, I'm going long on this one. Sorta. We went long on all that other stuff. Still on it. Willis v. Trump et al. It's huge. We'll spell it anagram of Doge for the new 3-part trilogy 2 by proxy presidency. I'm just joking. That's what the re is from the left. It's huge. She's, I don't know how to spell it. Yud. Because it is big. It's important. Somebody use this. What do we learn from it? Are we going to reform anything? Or are we just going to go, oh, well, that sucks. Moving on. Probably. So the repeat loop I already discussed, sort of in previous streams, plural now. The Destiny IRC channel. The heart makes my heart and breaks my heart. Or you have to make my heart to break my heart. That her and Nathan Wade should have said, wait till this is done. And we're in the history books and they build statues to us, even though we're on the side that said tear down all the statues. We did the right thing.
I'm not.
And we've got the right tan. They're going to build statues to us when we lock that dude in that hell hole of a Fulton County jail. See, that kind of permanence was on the line, but nobody had any wisdom to say, so, hey, Nathan, you're sad and lonely. Hey, Fawny, you're sad and lonely. But these are our statues. These are our history books. You go into books one way or the other. You went into books in the bad way. You should have waited. You should have white knuckled it. Gone to Lovers Anonymous. And then I mentioned it the other day. I'll mention it again. Somebody get with that poor Colorado lady, who I really don't care. She held herself out at. She's a licensed attorney. Her inability to think other than what her star-stricken, light-blinded from the angel men around her said, sang an angel voice into her guppy, groupie girl ear space. Am I being derogatory to you, lady? Too bad you did it. Is there any way for her to get out of that plea agreement? Or the rest of them? I don't even know who else entered the plea guilty. The Kraken lady? Who are the four that guilty in Trump in Trump election case in Georgia? Back to the wiki. I don't want to go back to the wiki. CNN says, not a sponsor, not a whatever. They're just a news source. And they don't have the names in the blurb. Yes, Jenna Ellis, that's the one I was talking about. She said, I shouldn't have just believed what they said. And I can't believe they let you off with that. You shouldn't have, yeah, whatever. That's the other problem with America. George talked about it in the first hour. We don't have any kind of semblance of punishment at any level for anybody, and especially the attorney class. If you're an attorney with bumps in your shirt, you can all of a sudden go from being this kind of person who has obviously done illegal things against the United States of America. 40 years ago, we'd have called you communist, or 60, whatever, the McCarthy era, the first one. You're a card-carrying member of the Communist Party. And revoked your citizens and everything else. Now it's you lawyers. Jen Ellis. There are others. Who else? I mean, autoplay blocked. I just want the list of the names. Here they are. Yep, it was Kraken Sidney Powell. Cheese Bro. What's up, Cheese Bro? He's the Cheese Whiz, Kenneth Cheese Bro. And the bell bottomman, Scott Hall, who's scary to some people. Running around with his bell bottomans. There are a lot of not audit the audit. Go search First Amendment audit, bail bonds. There's a lot of people that run around with their bail bonds, badgy wedgies, and credentials and all kinds of stuff and doing very bad things. And when the police or lurky, creepy, some kind of garbage things, bail bondsman does not scream to me, upstanding member of society. Just my experience. Go check out the YouTube videos. Bail bondsman, audit. Or bail bonds, police. So those four. I shouldn't feel anything for the likes of Sidney Powell. Crazy Kraken lady. But I'm just human. I can't help it. I can't jaded myself. I think there should be some way. I don't know. There might be a way. And I'm just running my mouth because I don't know. I'm allowed. For the four that entered plea of guilty, to revisit that entry I did read one somewhere in some other state, not Georgia, or maybe it was a federal case. I don't know. I didn't pay enough attention. I said, "Oh, the destiny of it all," and then said, "Oh, I got other things to talk about or think about." In some kind of case, they entered a plea of guilty, and then their lawyers were preparing them and saying that they were having hopes that they could get it to an appellate court to reverse or undo the plea. But I really don't know, and I really don't care. All the shoulda, woulda, coulda applied. If any of you, especially you attorney at laws, had sought peer review and accepted it when everyone said, "You're nuts. What are you doing?" Jenna Ellis hanging out with drippy brown color stuff running down his face at the back door of the porn shop, arguing madness and UFOs and the ghost of Hugo Chavez stole the election. Holy cow. Go visit California and stand up on a box and squawk that stuff so they can 5150 you. But yes, yes, yes. Can you plead temporary insanity? Duress? Whatever. They did get away. The plea dealing agreements that they entered to took away any risk of them getting locked up for it. But wait, 2 or 3 other states have now filed felony charges against them based on their plea deals in that state. That's another debate for another day. Should double jeopardy apply? Or is it not the same event because they involve different people in all those different states? I don't know. I don't care. None of my business. If somebody had gone and taken a class and not even the appearance of impropriety, and you ain't gonna questionable me, I have impeccable credibility. That didn't matter. If it didn't matter to you, it sure as heck don't matter to me. Let's just call this one 4300. Next checklist item that is related. The door have been opened. All right, we got all the check marks on the check. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What?
A chat came in. My thought is that precinct by precinct, how did the 2 election returns compare? Not as evidence, just an argument. It's about jury minds. I I I read it. I understand it. I just acknowledged act. I have the same kind of thought, except that's a distraction. None of that matters to did people. The heart of the case is and I don't know that I agree with RICO, but I'm not studying Georgia's RICO in detail. The Georgia government, look at Willis and Wade. They did crime. They admit and confess to crime under oath. This was an ongoing and repeat thing. It wasn't a one-time crime. That false billing and false payment was continued for months. Why is that? Why is she and dude not being charged under the Georgia RICO statute? At the heart of the case is simply some people encouraging and mouthing and saying stuff to some other people, and the other people signing papers falsely that they were the electors for the state of Georgia. And if you're going to run off and count votes somewhere, you're accepting a distraction. And again, it goes to he didn't write down anywhere, and it doesn't matter what he said on that telephone call to Brad Rassenberger. Sorry, dude, I said your name wrong. Don't care. None of that matters. Nobody has come forward and said, at the time, sitting President Donald Trump wrote or got on a phone call that we recorded and said specifically, you must, or I'll do such and such coercion with my power as President of the United States. You must forge a slate of certificates and falsely sign upon a forged or falsified document your name and blah, blah, blah. He never did it. You can't tie it to him beyond a shadow of a doubt. Do I think he should have done better? Yes, but you go back and listen to the other streams. I'm not running down that rabbit hole. He's the president. All he has to do is get elected. We pay the entire rest of every bit of our government to protect him and our office, even from himself. Every one of those people who was one of the fake electors heard some garbage, and I don't think the case should have been brought against him in the first place, but I don't make the laws. I don't make the subvariant derivative garbage we call laws in America. Which takes us back to 2 or 3 days ago question that me and George had and asked and answered. And I did, if you see it on the screen, George, I put Alvin Liberty, nay, with the little accent over the first E, brag. You guys asked for it, you lefties.
Yep. See ya.
The same question and comparing the two. So some district attorney or some prosecuting attorney. Should they be thoroughly investigated and all of their cases and everything else investigated, including how many of the staff carried over? How many assistant district attorneys and everything else are still there in that office that were there before Fonnie Willis got the office? All those cases are now back in question, in my mind. So should every bit of that be torn apart in every way? Absolutely. And let the evidence go where it does without any bias or anything else. It's just numbers and letters on pages and time clocks and timesheets. Who else did Fonnie Willis accept falsified billing from? If it's only him, good. Yay for poor old Fulton County or wherever they're at. Bad for him and her. But yay for the rest of it, because now you can't tear apart the other cases on their face. But everything that she and that office has done, if there's any carryover of employees, then they sat by, having sworn an oath to the county in the state of Georgia to uphold and defend all the laws and rules and prosecute them unless they get broken in the office that you work. This goes back to all my rantery about all the other employees, not the employees of the White House, all the employees who are not elected people, all the real employees appointed or hired of the entire United States federal government. Goal number one has got to be protect the one man first branch of our government. And man is non-gender specific. Eventually we'll have a first woman president. Yes, everybody should have to take a me class. And if we put all 2 or 3 or 5 million federal employees through my class, I'll do them for $200 each. I'm going to need your help, George. About what is this oath thing and what is this duty what are we swearing an allegiance to or an oath to or a duty of? It's going to be a short class, but I want a lot of money. I don't know, there's probably more federal employees and contractors. So yes, because there isn't yet any credible accusation of any kind of inappropriateness, even the appearance of, in Alvin Bragg's office. No matter how much you scree that, well, that guy left the US DOJ and went to work in that office, and he said whatever, that he was out to get Donald Trump. Okay. Remember who he said it to, the people of New York. That's what they want to hear. That's why they elected him. Just because you don't hate Donald Trump, don't think that half of this country doesn't absolutely loathe your guy. Empathize with them. You loathe their guys and gals. Don't worry about it. Them saying, if that guy did crime, we're going to put him under the jail. Well, that's what we want prosecutors to do. Come up with something where he accepted falsified billing from his lover. And then we'll talk about whether or not we should waste any energy at all on Alvin Liberty. Every energy, and the Congress should set aside money to help the state of Georgia. This is serious. How corrupt and how widespread is the corruption in all of Georgia's prosecuting offices? And I will go forever. Thanks for being a smarter criminal than the rest of the criminals you surround yourself with, President Trump. Because without you, would we know? No. It's a destiny thing. Do I wish it hadn't happened at all? Do I wish Donald Trump had ever been presidential? Absolutely. 100% of the time. But why do we get to sit around and the whole half of this country that dash D's squawk about how corrupt he is, and why are we not talking about this? The corruption at this one prosecuting office level. It's very important. And we must thank him and the aligned stars and the destiny of things that he made a few mistakes and mishandlings, because it has been brought to light and we're having this conversation. We are learning and growing as a baby nation. What is the oath class is exactly what I suggested last year in that class I took and had help of that expensive, prestigious business group to put together. If it is put on Zoom, the $200 is feasible. If in person, train the trainers, then stand behind them for 90 days. I suggest 150,000 for each, 10 for a 2-day. Yeah, it's worth a lot. Even if only if you were only able to get across to 2% of government workers, I believe you would have changed our country effectively and totally. That they would stop standing around while everything around them is a Greek orgy. So, yep, everything. We need feds now. If you guys can get the ear of the Trinity presidency coming in January, apparently abdicated to them now. We already discussed about earlier. No Trump, comma Donald J, crazy dude with your cell phone movies that he's putting in charge of the FBI. Cash Patel, stop it. Cash Patel. Somebody get a hold of Cash Patel and say, don't you dare. What you need to do is the FBI, as the investigating branch of the U.S. Department of Justice, go tear apart every I, every T, interview everybody who's ever submitted a bill to any prosecutory office in Georgia. Start there. Put the power of the Fed in behind it, just like when there's bad police stations. The U.S. DOJ comes in and writes a dumb report and signs them to a consent agreement that they're going to fix all these problems in the next 1100 years. We'll go stomp on the DA's offices now. I promise you. If you'll come visit North Carolina, U.S. DOJ, I will put you on to a culture of lawlessness right here in Harnett County. I have the proposal, cannot submit it on my confirmed application until after January 20. I think 100% based on the agreement each signs is the number, because if they resign, they do not comply with their own agreement. I don't know, there's probably 1,000 outs for the corrupteds. I wondered about it this morning, like, what happens to her if she quits? And her limited, supposed to be qualified. Well, if you were disqualified from the case, isn't that a disqualifying offense? Aren't you now disqualified from your immunity? Immunity. And I already have kind of gone over it. But anyway, yep. All of the above. Somebody get that crazy Patel guy who's going to hunt the Wumpus. It's an old video game. Go where there is already smoke and fire, dude. Shut up about Pelosi's and the California nut. What's his name? If and Liz Cheney, leave her alone. Those employee sheepdoggies up there at the FEB are going to do whatever the boss says so that Patel and Trump don't get them fired. They're not going to give up a 28 years, 2 years short of their total retirement, risking because they wouldn't do what the bad master said. That's how employees work. Don't be a bad boss. Trump or Patel or whoever he makes attorney general. Next checklist item. This one's kind of half joking. Joe Biden. The next checklist item. It wasn't next. I skipped one. It's just me being goofy this morning. I noted it as dumb think. Could the real current one POTUS, even though he's abdicated and he won't. Hey, Joe Biden, Jill Biden, wake your husband up, feed him like Donald Trump said 4 years ago. Give him the shot in his butt, get him up right and functional enough to say to the Congress, stop talking to the next guy. I'm the president, especially when all of them are calling Trump, especially that Hawley guy I mentioned earlier. He says, well, I spoke to him, and by him, I mean the president. And he meant Trump, not Biden. This is how much they don't give you and you won't stand up for Joe Biden. This is why you and Kamala and all the Dems lost. Because you're not patriotic. You don't stand up for your office or our country, dude. So, Jill, Kamala, everybody else that's up there left who hasn't fled already, because you're out of there. Somebody go get Biden upright and look through the books and find out, could he just, under executive order, cancel the inauguration in January for the good of the country? For austerity and security. That was just my dumb thinking. Except I really do think that thing costs a lot of money and whatever. And I don't know where it's declared that we're supposed to lock down the entire Capitol and have a big old party and then have Donald Trump up there lying about how many people were there again. Hey, man, if it's about saying some words in front of the Supreme Court justice, run up over there to the SCOTUS in between some case hearings, throw your hand on the book, make sure the cameras are on, and say your words. Now go to work.
The answer to your question, can Joe Biden cancel it? No, he can't. Because by then, he is no longer president.
No, I mean now. Could he declare it right now, today? The
No,
inauguration in January is off.
no. That's beyond his power purview.
Do you have somewhere to point me, or you just have the knowledge? Because you're knowledgeable.
Well, okay. I'll prove it this way. I don't think he has the power and purview because that's beyond the executive branch. And
The
it's beyond his.
executive branch has to do it.
No, they don't. They don't have to do it. Trump, it's a party. And that's basically what it is. So in order to do that, he would have to make executive order. No one is allowed to have a party anymore. The inauguration is a party/parade. And the parade portion of it is controlled by the mayor of D.C. So if she wanted to commit political suicide, imagine she could say you couldn't have a parade. But knowing her by her actions in the past, I don't think she's going to commit political suicide.
I don't know. It seems to me that would be exactly what all of that super left wants.
Super left, yes. Super left is out as the day of he's sworn in.
Yeah, they got nothing to lose, though. It doesn't matter what they do. Just like
It
in
would be
California,
it,
the
it
Dems
would
are
be a test,
always going to win,
right?
and
It'd be a
they're
test
just
case.
crappy politicians, no matter what.
It'd be a test case, and what Trump would most likely do is use it as a political springboard against Dems in the other states. See, they're so afraid of us that they don't even want us to have a party that has no political standing whatsoever. It's just a celebration. That's what the inauguration is. It's a celebration of one guy won over another guy.
That's bigger sports than football.
But that's also the reason, for the most part, not all, but most of the financial
Yes, with the
responsibility
help
to the
of the
inauguration
mayor
does
of
not go to the federal government. That's also one reason not Elon,
with
the goober in charge that owns Facebook,
GW realizes
donated $1 million
the answer
to
is no,
Trump's inauguration.
because then DJT could hold his own month or year if he wanted to of party.
You caught that
Starting
part.
January 21.
You caught that part I said about the guy in charge owns Facebook donating $1 million towards the inauguration.
Yeah. Lots of them have thrown money in. All right. I have to go pee. I left the answer up on the screen. Yes, you're right. I mean, they could, but then the answer would be no, because then he would say, well, based on that precedent, I'm just going to have a whole year of my inauguration once I get the reins.
Now, what he can do, if they wanted to play tit for tat,
Hang on, I'll
well,
be right back. I gotta.
he can listen to this later. He could Trump then go by executive order. I deem that Biden may not have a library anywhere in the continental United States at any federally funded institution. Holy mackerel. That means Harvard, Yale, all those couldn't hold his library because they get federal funding. And Biden would have to pay for it himself because his donors of all kinds have dried up. And we need to get out of this tit for tat stuff. He did this, I'm going to do that. He did this, I'm going to do that. Because that was the entire first year of Biden's presidency was a tit for tat. He did this, I'm going to cancel it. He did this, I'm going to cancel it. He did this, I'm going to cancel it. If he left well enough alone and actually be a healer, his side probably would have won. Hell, they probably wouldn't even seen a Trump. That's my opinion. And I'm sticking to it. Do need to get away from that tit for tat. It's getting old. It's a waste of space, waste of time. It's just a waste.
Yeah. I am back.
As I was saying, as I told them earlier, we need to get away from the tit for tat. Because let's say Biden did what you said. By presidential declaration or mandate, there will be no inaugurations for the next 8 years. Well, Trump can come in and cancel it, or he can go, when Trump's in office, President Biden is not permitted a library in any institution or property that gets federal mandated.
Yeah, that's why I put up there. Would GH help DW realizes the answer is no, because then DJT could hold his own month or year of inauguration, starting the day after.
We need, and I said, we need to get away from the tit for tat. Biden's full first year of office was a tit for tat. Well, Trump did this, so I'm going to undo it. Trump did this, so I'm going to undo it. And if he would have left well enough alone, let the wall be built because it's already funded, let this be done, let that be done. He can always blame it on Trump if need be, if it didn't go right. And he would have probably won, their side would have won this election, even under Harris, because they said, see, we let it went through, his policy failed, or it was good, so we kept it. We're all about healing. No, he didn't do that. Trump did it, so we need to undo it. We need to get away from that mindset. You can put blame where blame goes, but get away from tit for tat. He did this, so I'm going to do this.
Well, that's what they got elected to go there and do. That won't end either.
How did it work out for him?
The same. How did it work out for Trump at the end of 2020? That's just what they all do. Each side expects the other one to go everything. Donald Trump is 99% of his promises are to go in there and un-Biden the White House. Because that's what 99% of Trump voters want to hear.
Well, some did, some don't. Some don't give a rat's butt. The un-Biden stuff is, okay, put the wall up. Allow for people that seek asylum, give them an avenue to seek asylum. All right? Not just walk across the border, seek asylum. Or if you didn't manage to sneak across the border because you're afraid of the people in Mexico, go to the nearest town council, go to the sheriff and go, I'm seeking political asylum. Please help. Or come from Canada, for Pete's sake. Or go live in Canada. Canada will love you. Not.
That's another one. Either one of the presidents should just go demand of Congress that we really have to do something. We've got to stop playing this presidential nonsense as if the White House has any power over that. The real power comes from Congress. Get us a good immigration reform law, not that crap, that whatever crap it was a couple months ago. A real one. And we have to fix this. And why does the president have to tell the Congress to do their job? I don't know, because that's how we do.
Technically, he can't tell them to do it. He can request them to do it.
Well, whatever. Again, let's not live in a classroom. The entirety of our nation and one of its branches is totally abdicated to the other. That's why they sit around saying they call healthcare reform Obamacare. Why did you wait for the White House to bring you a bill? You're the Congress. Make a bill that survives all presidents. No, it's not our job. We gotta wait for go back and watch Schoolhouse Rock. It's like a 3-minute video. We have never done that in our country. We treat our president as if he is the king. And this isn't new. I said in my notes earlier, I had it up on the screen for a few minutes. That just saying, keeping it real. The only thing that got Trump elected in 16 and in office in 17 is the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Obama era rules and everything that Trump undid in his first 100 days. Titting and tatting, playing the game, but that's what we real world send these people up there for.
Yeah, but I'm going to go back to the wall. The wall actually had congressional approval. Was it unanimous? No, but it had congressional approval. And he stopped it Biden stopped it by not
Executive order.
Exactly. And now he's selling stuff off to executive order, which
How much wall did Biden cancel? Trump told Biden one day ago to stop selling the wall.
God
The
still
border
has a
wall, the
little
money
surplus
was
for us and him and his
appropriated.
wife.
Biden in October 8th, 2021, according to CNN, who should be pointing this like it's a good thing. Sections of the steel bollard style border wall stands along the U.S. border. San Diego TJ canceling more border wall contracts in October of 2021. In October of 2023, the Biden administration announced it would build an approximately 20-mile section of the wall. April 30, 2021. Nobody has any idea. There was not a whole lot of wall ever built or even planned or budgeted. But whatever, yes. We all know that January 22, 2021, on his first real day in the office, this is from the AP, President Joe Biden has ordered a pause on all border wall construction. One of 17 executive orders issued his first day in office. What I want to know is how much. How much was really in the works? Another 50 feet? 50 of whatever it is? 1,600 miles? It's a doorway standing on a beach. It's not helping anything. Changed here and there in words, but the exact idea is the same. Voters pay, investors gain, no medical care, just a nightmare of bureaucracy. And the bureaucrats are parliamentarians. They still call somebody in the United States Congress. What is a parliamentarian in the U.S. Congress? It is a title. The office of the parliamentarian provides the House with nonpartisan guidance on parliamentary rules and procedures. See the Robert's Rules book. They freely admit it. Oh, yeah, we're a parliament. It's called the Parliamentarian of the House at house.gov. Yep. Nobody has any answer. It never mattered anyway. It's a symbol. It's symbolic. If it makes some Americans sleep better at night, build a damn wall then. And obviously he did. He ordered when things started to look stupid. Let's see what happened. Why would he order? I mean, he being Joe Biden. Why? I'm asking rhetorically. I have the answer. Why would POTUS, will not say either one, order 20 miles of border wall in October of 2022? Question mark. It's a rhetorical. The answer is because midterm elections were happening in November of 2022. That's why.
He wanted to make it look like the appearance that he was doing something.
And all of them he was trying to cater to. And if I remember correctly, they kind of were midterms bad for them in 2022? Were the 2022 midterm
Yes and no. They kept their
elections bad for Democrats? Let's find out.
they lost some seats, but they managed to keep the majority.
Not anymore. It says that according to Washington Post, 2022 was actually bad for the GOP. According to Washington Post, CNN says bad candidates weren't the only reason Republicans had a disappointing. So a lot of the news says it was badder for the GOP than the Dems.
Yes, it was worse for the GOP because they were expecting a big red wave, and it never happened. But they did lose some seats. GOP did win some seats, but it's a combination of some bad candidates in different states, as well as there is a lower turnout for both sides during the midterm elections.
People, in all caps, comma, not a waste of time dividing the people and making them think they have a say, which is what parliaments were invented to do, to keep the riffraff from revolution. Yep. And it's all right if we revolt as long as we do it on a small scale individual basis, like, take your utter frustrations out on the local school. And it was on the news things. Yeah.
The media, the
I've said
media has.
before in this fiction book we're talking about, all of whoever they are, including DJT and other rich billionaire POTUSes and elected buffooneries, they don't care how many of us down here at the ground Luigi's each other. They just don't. Because as long as we're doing it to each other, we ain't going after them. Wink, wink, wink.
Be right back.
Fight amongst yourselves. To the newses. Check list items. It's all politics and goofiness. And I could probably waste an hour of my life trying to figure it out. The left big media names point out loud and proud that in October 2022, Biden ordered 20 miles of wall. Well, when, after they didn't do so good or whatever, how soon after the November 2022 election did he order those 20 miles of wall. I don't know if he did or didn't internet. Don't pick on me and don't fact check or org me. I just assume in politics that, American ADHD requires politicians to make these grand gestures within a month of the election and ungrand the gesture within a month after. It's a zero-sum game. Oh, never mind the news. Let's talk about Sweet Anita and romance and the bananas. Nanias. I love them. Never mind. Distracted by the, all caps, the eighth wonder. Sweet Anita. Never mind, it's 2 words. Don't you know? Yes, I knew. I'm a lazy F star T American. I don't know, Mother. Maybe you know some good old fashioned tales, some whatever. To make my heart, you must break my heart. It really does. It's a sad, see the thespian mask. And people don't know. I guess you have to go really become a Shakespearean actor student or something, or call yourself a European thespian. The masks, known as comedy and tragedy, aka the thespians, has French origin. The smiley one is the tragedy. The crying one is the comedy. It's a French thing. You can't argue with it. Go see all the anti-French stuff we had for 200 years in America. And we made fun of the French again after September 11th, 2001. Search the word freedom fries. I don't even remember what the French supposedly did to us. That we wouldn't say the word French or France anymore in America after September 11th, 2001 for a time. Then we moved on. We forgot. Not worth rehashing again today. It just lives there in my head, rent free. But anyway, that's what the comedy and tragedy. Say it with a thick French accent that I can't do. This woeful tale of the poor heart stricken inside every. She has very tired eyes in that photo they chose to use. Some baggages under the eyes. Wherever they got this photo. They looked kind of wistful and maybe a little sad. Even though she masks that very well too. She might be yelling at somebody and telling them what for and why not. She's a very good wearer of the faces. Off on a, if you've ever seen them in your mostly made for television movies, they say, based on a true story. When what they really should say is, there is one like grain of salt in this ocean of saltwater story that is truth. That's where I'm heading with this. We're, my own demented, that how cruel and how we could write a French thing and have mimes acted out without words. About how cruel the world is and how mean it is. That along came a spider and sat down beside her and all that. That would offer poor Miss Fonnie Willis Honey, the lonely can play Willis. We'll make it that kind of tale. It's a Motels song, I believe. Relates to. And I'm really not that deep in it. I am really this deep into Nan. Yes. The one I can't get permission. I had good communications. Uh-oh, chat came in. Hold the line, please. We'll come back to the fiction romance novels. That was before French cooking became so great. The thing with the fries was no one felt France supported the USA in Iraq. Man, was that 2 whole years later? I guess so. Time in the stress games, in the defense games, we call it time compression, time distortion. Most of us just call it in life. I don't know. When was that? 2 weeks or 2 decades ago? Not sure. Could have been any time. Might have been 2 hours ago. The world famous Sweet Anita. I don't remember if I got a link to her channel into the description or not. Everything about her is magical. She's the eighth wonder of the world. To me. But improperly numbered. She's the first or the number 0 wonder of the world. She precedes all others. Go listen sometimes, often, of her streams and her snippets here, but mainly her streams over there at the original Sweet Anita on Twitch. She is incredibly smart. Um, Especially about things like relatable psychology, other things. If you can laugh with her at the tics from her Tourette syndrome, and tolerate an occasional very non sequitorial outburst that is a tic from her syndrome, you may find yourself saying, "Preach on, Sister Anita. Holy cow, this girl is smart. Fine young woman." And many people chat in her chats or type in her chats or spend some ducats or bits or whatever they do over there at that other streamer place. To make it stand out. Here on YouTube, they call it super chats. Throw a couple bucks at the person running their mouth on the stream and it makes a big sparkles and colors. And the person is supposed to say, "Wow, thanks for the $1." That's how streamers, I guess, make their living. I would hope to go there one day. Podcastering, something. Not just mentioning all the others. Even though I hope I never get so big in my head or elsewhere that I can't remember. I ain't the first one to do this, and I really am fanboy to a lot of these, especially the ones that the people over at EFAP, if you go, "Man, who the heck could talk about a movie for 8 hours? Hour and 30-minute movie." And you go in with that kind of closed-minded bias. The young guy from here, I guess guy's okay. I apologize, Mr. Raggles. I've heard him say he or, but he is a furry. So what? Don't get weird about it. Maybe that's a trick too, to make sure biased people don't step in there. Dag near genius in my book. Especially when he gets his inhibitions down a little bit with a sip. Just a tiny little sip. He calls himself very lightweight. When he gets his inhibitions lowered and he just stream of consciousnesses. These are smart young people in our world, and I get the privilege and honor of saying there's an F word here and there don't bug me, and I'm not biased, against people for what they do personal in their life. If you're just listening or reading, if you're reading a book, do you care what the author is romantically? Then just keep your face in whatever book doesn't hurt your feelings, but shut your mouth to everyone else that actually learns from the whole wealth of knowledge and information offered by the human beings.
No, but I have read a book and I want to go, who the hell or what the hell wrote this?
Eva, which is my aunt, ripped, sainted, used to have something she called the hairy hand because some young woman in her office was freaked out because she saw a hairy hand behind something and got all het up. Eva said, hormones. We all get the hairy hand. It goes away. And you are in a mess if you just do not learn to ignore it.
I was referring to Anne Rice's non-vampire book. I liked the vampire books somewhat, so I figured I'd read some of her other stuff. And I was going, what the? This lady's got to be strange.
I'm not going to timestamp it, but I'm making a note in the notes. GHRE, Anne. Does she have an E on her Anne or just ANN? Anne Rice.
I think it's an E. Anne Rice.
Not
I don't.
Fire
I
book.
don't remember. It's been years since I read that stuff.
Well, I made a note, but I'm going to finish off on this that I'm on, and I keep going off on the tangents.
I'm just saying, you can go, what the hell? But don't, as you've put it, don't get me freaked out. If it's that freaky, put the book down and put it away. Which is what I did. I was like, nope, I can't read any more of this. It's too freaky for me.
Back to
Like if you don't like a TV show, turn the channel. It's old school.
Yeah. But don't go yell at everybody else on planet Earth that they shouldn't watch that TV channel. Leave people alone.
Yeah. You didn't like it, doesn't mean they won't like it.
Or that they're wrong and condemned to eternal hunger, says Dracula. Hades and the realm of Hades, say the old school ones.
Whether you like it or not, the alt-right religion, or I should say the alt-religious right, back during Harry Potter when the books came out, they were freaking over something they had no clue about. Obviously, they didn't read it. They knew that they maybe read the prologue, and yes, it's about wizards and witches of sorts. But it was not teaching anybody about any magical anything. It was a story. Make believe. Quit being a Nazi. And the reason I said quit being a Nazi is the Nazis are the ones that burned books and didn't want anybody to read them. Which I hate to say gets back to there's such thing as banning a book and then wanting a book taken off of certain shelves because it's inappropriate. You don't need pornography to middle school kids. It's inappropriate. If their parents want to let their kids read pornography or something of that nature, or hell, any religion. It should not come from the school. It should come from the parents.
Right. And if you're closed-minded and you don't think a British girl with Tourette's can offer you anything, then don't go look at it. Your
That
loss,
channel.
not mine, and the EFAP crew, because they may say something young-ish or new-ish.
And I'm also coming at it. I am a son of a minister. He
The
wasn't
only
all.
one who could ever reach me was the ever-loving son of a preacher man. Yes, he was. Was.
He used to use that as a theme song.
Mm-hmm.
uh, but
All right,
he
let's
had
stay on
more
target.
open. Yeah, he had more of an open mind than a lot that you see today. Because if he didn't know about it, he learned about it. If he did, before he would say, "I don't want you reading that book," he would read it himself. Just like when I would ask him questions about religion, he'd go, "Come to my office. The books are over there. This is the book you want to the books you want to check into to answer your question."
That's the answer. So anyway, here's the deal with the Sweet Anita Banana video that I wish I could show on screen, and I'm sure they wouldn't care. But regardless of my self-assurances, until I get it in express written permission, I'm not. I do need to find a link to it again and get a link up here so that people can easily click and go to watch and know what I'm talking about. But I'm just going to go ahead and say it because this is kind of what the sad, lonely, only the lonely can play, Fannie Willis, reminds me of. Oh, I did it again. Demerit, demerit. Fall, neat. Not the other one. I misspoke. I apologize again, ma'am. I'll do it the rest of my life. The thing about it's in some written forms, they call it juxtaposition. Yes, I do know. No, not have information about. I know the meaning. Did I mean Anne Rice? I did, and I went and fixed it in my own spelling. Better leave Anne Rice up there. Because I want to come back to that. I made a note. Juxtaposition. There it is right there. The fact of two things being seen or placed close together with contrasting, conflicting, paradoxical effects. I am expounding and expanding upon that one word of the definition. I don't know a better word. The juxtaposition of these two images is the example given. They say contrast, which I said, and something. The Sweet Anita video is a very bananas. Nanias, she loved them. Ha ha. It's a big condensed life lesson reminder to me that how can you take pleasure in someone else's pain? You had what makes you take pleasure is what it appears to be in someone else's pain. Or number two, or wish that they did not heal from a thing that hurt them. In the people with Tourette's, primarily verbal tics, she has lost And I would hate to say something in case they ever said, "Oh my God, that nut that was always talks about you was talking about you again." Should we have the FBI and the MI6s and 5s investigate him? Probably, but please, FBI's and MI6s and Interpols, I mean no harm. And anybody who would dare think an impure thought about my sweet Anita, meet me outside the boundaries of all the countries. Let's meet on the open seas. Leave my sweet Anita alone. She is a wonder of the world. I'll wrestle you. She used to have some very that I did not take any delight in and wished they would go away, and some of them have ticks, like lip biting. I signed up and got a password and a Twitch account so that I could type on her thing, lip balm Anita, so that she would rub the little chapstick, not the brand she used, I don't know, the lip balm on her lip and stop biting her lip to bleeding. And she would punch herself in the chin. If you study her closely, you will see that one side, the right side, if you're facing her video camera, I don't know which side of her that is, chin is a little bit larger, just a little bit, than the other side. Because she punches herself in the chin a lot. I never took any delight or pleasure in that. I wished that ticks like that for her would go away. For a time, while I was fresh and new introduced to the great sweet Anita, a activation we have to say now instead of TR, name of a famous horse who used to count. That is the point of bully abatement programs. We taught it took the pleasure out of it and forced the therapeutic aspect in seconds, which usually ended up in some type of abuse or bullying in the home or group home, or often grandparents bullying the entire family, and how to empower oneself to stop taking it on to others smaller than you. Yes. What I'm talking about is just if we see things like, and I'm the king of, I say, oh, I have the gallows humor, or worse, I got my Aunt Eva's humor. I would never blame my sainted mammy. Like when somebody falls down and you can obviously see that they're not hurt, having a good laugh. It's like, your eyes don't work. Learn to walk lately. That's, I'm talking about something entirely different. When I talk about the most amazing, lean in closer to the screen, hold the ear bud further into your ear. Whenever she would see the word or the symbols of it, go watch the video. I better find it. Find the video. Of what do you speak? Bananas. The sweet Anita would tick long and hard. She would say the most amazing things. It's all put together at long last. Sweet Anita, the year chat made me bleed banana. Attacked with bananas. The year chat made me bleed. Go. Open link in new tab. 5 years ago. I've been watching her since about her third stream. It's been a while. Been a long time, been a long time, been a long, lonely time. Yes, it has.
And it's really irritating.
Right, I need to look at the screen,
shush,
but I can see a lot of yellow stuff.
Shush. Without permission, I won't do that. I apologize. Don't ban me, Anita. Let me put it in the chat too. I put it in the logbook. I put it in the chat. Hey. Even though sometimes I was there listening to the streameries back then, many moons ago, she did a lot less of what like I'm doing now, just running the mouth and responding to stuff, reacting to stuff, going with the dynamics of conversations, including the chat. Let it here you go, prosecutors, defenders, but mainly investigators of any kind. Practice going where whatever leads you by doing some online streaming. Do a Zoom call. Allow the conversation to take you where it might. And make an occasional note, like I made a note. The Notpire book. I purposely misspell vampire or put it in the old English way. It was Vampyre, not English or American. Sweet Anita's video about chat made me bleed. No matter how much it hurted her, it made my heart go pitter pat how the bananas would set her off. Just a me thing. Maybe you guys don't have this in your lives. I'm just my stream. Dear diary, my heart would beat so that I could hear it in my ears like a watch wrapped in cotton. Nevermore, nevermore. That's a whole lot of theft of Edgar Allan Poe, right? Sure. And then one day, back then, she did muchly more just game streaming. Go back and see my other ones about how it's because of her and her game streaming in that horror game that I got to find out what is the favoriteest thing that your little dude is trying to say in his half Chinese, half English. Who was phone? But the banana thing, the ticks, the squeaks and squeals, the noises, the cuss fests, everything about it, it was just magical to me. Even though I knew not as bad as the lip scraping or the punching yourself in the chin tick or kicking the bottom of your desk. For the most part, it was all very good and something I really, really enjoyed. And then one day, or several days on several streams, she got to explaining how there's something wrong with her larynx or esophagus or other throat parts that is also affected by the Tourette's and the ticking. The repetition, especially the high-pitched squealing ones, makes her throat bleed or makes her cough up blood. And I thought, oh, you horrible person, Dean. Because especially she talked about those ones, and the moderators and everybody was really trying to wrap themselves around and protect her from that so that she wouldn't have to cancel streams anymore or deal with bleeding throat parts. And when that stuff doesn't come out, then it goes through your air tubes into your lungs, and that's not good either. That's what I'm talking about, the juxtaposition. Knowing I still would sit and watch and hope. Do the nanniest thing. Bad boy. And I would be all conflicted. And very happy for her. Very, again, heart beating in my ears when they finally released 5 years ago. Ish. She did. Her and her whole team. And spoiler alert, the punchline of that 10-ish minute video is that it went away. The banana tick. Not only could she say it, see it, she ate one on stream and said, "Yum, yum, it's so good." And I was so happy for her, and she won't ever throat bleed over those things again. And something very hard in this world to avoid. But then the other half of me, the yin and the yang of me, said, but I'll never get to see a new one of, how does she tick in reaction to the nanas? So it's that kind of thing. It's a glad and sad and the heart got made or heart got made by something that really should heart break you or vice versa. There's very few things like that in this world, I guess. And for some reason, this failed Anne Rice tale of the love-longed fictional character named Fonnie Willis, and her barely survived a serious medical thing, and so he was enjoying the newly found love and lust, wink wink, for life, gifted him by a second chance, mayhaps. And these strangers in the night, sort of, but not really, but kind of, ships passed. They caught each other's eye, and they had a fantastic sea voyages, plural. And how sad it is that it cost them their everything. I guess that kind of wraps that up. I hope I did all right. I don't care. I tried. Bananas. Because I'm confused and confounded in myself. Supposedly, the best part of the Dracula story is supposed to be how demented romantic it is, and about his sweet original wife that threw herself to her doom, and how he cursed those that he had gone to war for. Read the book. Then go read the Anne Rice vampire books. I don't know. Is it Anne Rice or Anne Rule that was around Ted Bundy?
Repeat the question.
Anne, I don't know. One of the Anns wrote the original book because she worked near Ted Bundy.
About that, I know Anne Rice wrote the original Interview with a Vampire.
Yes, that's not, I don't think it is. We'll find out. Moving on from the happy, sad of eighth wonder to Anne Rice's not vampire book. Oh, all right, let's go back to the other tab, because I don't know what the heck it is. Anne Rice books. I know I have mentioned before, and let's do the thing.
Anne
Of
Rice's
course,
non-violent.
Interview with a Vampire movie. I don't remember what year. 1,000 years ago. DW equals 1/10. I know it had Brad Pitt in it, Tom Cruise in it. I don't remember who the little girl was. Did that also have Winona Ryder? Was that another vampire?
No.
Okay. Treated it. That's another one I was forced to watch by an employee. It was her favorite movie. She had never read the book.
Saw the movie, then I read the book.
Oh, I've seen the movie The Queen of the Damned too.
I
I've
didn't.
never read any of the Anne Rice books. I don't care. The star of The Queen of the Damned, young, dark-skinned or dark-tanned woman, I think. Something bad happened to her. Is that true? Am I remembering right?
I don't know.
The Queen of the Damned. 1988 novel and a 2002 film or movie adaptation. Queen of the Damned star. Oh, come on. Get to the point. Oh, it had Antonio Banderas and Tom Cruise. Based on the 1988 The Third. I don't remember much about the movie. It's not good, not bad, just another movie. Especially when they're vampire movies, I give them extra points. They can be pretty bad and be a vampire movie, and I'll still be like, points. Not Interview with a Vampire. The film is dedicated, and I'll say this wrong, Aaliyah. I'm just reading it slow. Sorry, fans, if I said that wrong. Who died in a plane crash on August 25th, 2001, after completing her scenes in the production. All right, books. So, what is her book that is not a vampire book that you didn't like?
I don't like. It's called the Beauty and the Beast series. It is
Sleeping
straight
Beauty
pornography.
trilogy.
Yeah, it is straight pornography.
God. I think I'm
Little,
just gonna search for it. This is
little,
a
very little story.
production writer. Here's what I can say. Wow, Anne Rice, you are a typewriter hammer. Them
Very twisted
fingers and
arm.
arms gotta be strong. Beauty? BA. Beauty book. Sleeping Beauty or Beauty and the Beast?
They were Beauty and the Beast. A lot of bondage and rape and
You can't say that word.
which one?
R-A. Remember, you're supposed to say S-A.
Force
And then
bondage.
your mic
Slut.
cut out on you, making sure that even the hardware edits you.
Force and bondage in the book storyline. That kind of thing. S&M.
Yeah. All these ones say Sleeping Beauty series. Nothing says anything off Beauty and the Beast.
Could have the wrong one. It might have been. It was like holy. It was like
The
70s
Beast's
porn book.
Bell is called, I found it at Riverdale Avenue Books. See what the Google bar is doing here? It's like, I bet if I had safe search turned off, which I will never do. Google bar, please don't. Don't look at Google bar with safe search turned off. You will see things you can never unsee. But of course, with safe search turned on like it is meant to be, Thank you, evil overlord Google, for protecting me. It is called A Beast's Bell. A Beast's Bell is a fairy tale retold, echoing the groundbreaking BDSM beauty books by Anne Rice. I don't know that this is by her. It looks like Do We Dare? A Beast's Bell, author. A Beast's Bell is written by J. Gambardella, not by Anne Rice. It is an echo or like a fan zine offshoot story of the groundbreaking BDSM beauty books by Anne Rice. So apparently her Sleeping Beauty quadrilogy of books are
Oh,
all about the
they
smuttery you're talking about.
yes.
I
I just
mean,
remember the one.
the alternative, or whatever you want to call it, romantic interests, 50 Shades of Grey style.
They were about to say there was nothing romantic about them. It was straight S&M.
Oh yeah, that's all. That's just how consenting adults do romance.
Uh-huh.
Some people holdy handies and some people spanky each other. You know how it is. Bring out the
And
gimp. Go see Pulp Fiction.
Tai.
Yeah, all that jazz. So what did we decide? Oh, we decided. Not interested. Not that the thing that got me very disgusted about Interview with a Vampire, especially because the ones that insisted that, oh, you've got to see it, you love vampires, they must have been looking sideways. And, the little girl, the very little girl in Interview with a Vampire movie. Yeah, but
Yes.
she's really like 500 years old. Okay, well,
It
her
doesn't matter.
body is named Ow, My Name is 12. Don't try to pass that crap across Dean's eyeballs. You're
Yeah,
not
but
convincing Dean of your crud, your scumbaggedliness.
and the girl in Legend was only 14.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember how old Natalie Portman was. Very inappropriately dressed and supposed to be portraying an 11-year-old in Leon the Professional.
Oh, she was supposed to be 11 or 10, and the actress was 11 or 10. That was one of the comments in an interview she made as an adult. You know that they were so kind and took time with each and every scene to get her to do what they were wanting to do. And the fact that she and the main actor are still friends.
Natalie Portman was 12 and the character was supposed to be 11. But other AI says she was 12. Other things say that she was 13.
No. She was very close to the age of the character. And it's one of the few. He's just like in
Green Rant
that
says
7.
she was 11 when she was cast. Well, that doesn't. 12 when she filmed.
So that's fine. The 70s show, the one that was the slut was the one that was the only actress she was the only one that was the age of the characters she was portraying. The bossy rich girl. I don't
And
remember the character's
anybody that
name.
has anything to say otherwise, I fall into those books too. I don't care. She is a very attractive woman, young and old, from which one did you mention? Legend or Labyrinth?
Legend with Tom Cruise.
Yeah, even though I really
That black
enjoy
dress.
the big black dress outfit, that's as far as it's like, wow, yowza. And
Yeah.
then, oh, no, wait, under 25. I apologize. I'm going to go wash my eyes with soap. Same thing with
Exactly.
Natalie Portman in Leon the Professional. If that's what you're getting out of that whole 2 hour movie,
Look at
it tells a whole lot about you, especially to guys like me. If you get
the movie.
anything other than perversion of the worst order out of Interview with a Vampire, that says everything about you and not me.
Yeah. I'm just saying the movie Little Darlings with Katie O'Neill and Jodie Foster. The number of older men and older ladies that like it like that went to
Drivel.
go see them. But I can say they look great, gorgeous, because I was in fact, I was a year younger than the actresses that were in Little Darling.
Derivative drivel. Don't even remember the guy's name anymore. Guy or gal. I don't know. Let's call it fan.
I mean, when Bad News Bears came
Fiction
out with
from
Katie O'Neill, I was
Rice's.
11.
Fan fiction from Rice's. What did it call it? BDSM? Beauty.
Huh?
Beauty. Books. I was just making the notes about what that drivel was.
Okay.
And I'm not making notes about. I made my one and only note. 1/10. Hated it. Interview with a Vampire. PDF file garbage. Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt and whoever else was in it should be ashamed of themselves. But they're not. They got paid. They still get paid. All the goofy. Ugh. All the All the yuck.
Oh, it's also now a TV show, apparently, or was a TV show.
I don't even want to look it up. Interview with a Vampire
I'm.
from 1994, IMDb. Go there.
It was Christine Dussett.
Kirsten Dunst.
Dunst.
Yes, she is the one I often reference. And I'll look it up next to wash my mind off from this smut. From this Christian Slater was in it. Everybody was in it. Thandie Newton. I like her as an actress. Yes, yes, yes. All you people who can't separate extracurricular activities. Oh, supposedly she is a way lefty, wokey,
Oh yeah,
anti-mannery. So what? I don't care.
they gave
They
her a
don't
red
let
wig
her
when she
play
played
that
Jane,
on screen.
and they gave her a red wig when she did Mary Jane Watson for Spider-Man 2, or the Spider-Man series that she was in
Yeah,
in
Kirsten Dunst.
2002.
Yeah, she's Marie
Yes,
Antoinette. But she was a baby. That interview with a vampire disturbs me.
she was 12 at the filming because
So
it was
much
done.
so that
It came out
I
in
didn't even
'94,
remember she was in it.
and she was born in '82.
Look at this. Known for all this other stuff. What she's known for is Marie Antoinette. There it is. 2006.
And she was in the 1995 Jumanji with Robin Williams.
Never seen it. Kirsten Dunst is Marie Antoinette. And what year is this? 2006. It's another one. Even though
And
she was adult and the
apparently,
character was adult, another one made by, who made this movie? Marie Antoinette was made by Sofia Coppola. That's the
and
daughter
apparently
of the world famous. And she makes really good movies. I like her movies. I really, really liked
Did
Lost
you
in
like Civil
Translation
War?
coming up on the screen.
Did you like Civil War? That catastrophe of a movie, Civil War?
I don't know that I've seen it.
I know I haven't seen it.
Sofia Coppola. Lost in Translation. The original cover had some woman's butt in her underpants on the cover. Don't know if it was Scarlett Johansson's or not. Don't care. Was really important to a lot of people. Not to me. I don't care what's on the cover. It's a movie. What's in it? Lost in Translation was really good. Bill Murray. What is Civil War? Who made it?
Hold on.
This
It
year?
just came out yes.
Civil War 2024 at the IMDb says it gets 7.0 out of 10. Directed by Alex Garland. Written by Alex Garland. I don't know who that is. Stars Kirsten Dunst, Wagner something, and Kaylee something. In a dystopian future, 4 journalists travel across the United States during a nationwide conflict. While trying to survive, they aim to reach the White House to interview the president before he is overthrown.
Yeah, it's the one that has that line, "What kind of American are you? Don't shoot, we're American. What kind of American are you?"
Well, for that, you have to go back and see Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
Yeah.
And I believe it was said by Johnny Depp too. Oh, we just talked about him the other day. We'll say Once Upon a Time in Mexico from the Rodriguez guy. Oh my gosh, his sister squiggles and sings, and I love to lust her and both and listen to her sing. Johnny Depp said to, I can't think of his name. He is Machete. He was in Heat. The famous actor. We just talked about him the other day. Are you
Machete?
a Mexican or a Mexicant? They can't top that. That's the best. If they turned it into American or Americant, it would be no good because it was already used.
He's wearing red glasses, carrying an AR, going, "What kind of American are you?"
Movies with wars fail to put in the parts that would make people think. The days following Gettysburg, more than 67,000 unalive humans were pushed unceremoniously no matter which army and all. Yep. The glory of war.
American Civil War is the bloodiest war for Americans in its history.
Are you not entertained? See the movies from yesterday. Gladiator. Is there no one else? Troy. Brad Pitt. Not in a very bad and nasty, disgusting movie about a very old, trapped in a 10-year-old body girl. The H is wrong with you people. Adult, so-called adult woman who knew how offensed I am at the mere idea of any guy. I don't care if you're 13. Why are you looking at any girl with lusty thoughts if she is less than 28 years old? Let the little girls be little girls. And if their nasty mothers dress them up and make them over-sexualized and all that other stuff, be a gentleman and look away.
I got asked to work the stage lights at a show, and it wound up being a little Miss pageant. And I and the guy, the little brother I was working with, we looked at each other and said, we're not working one of these again.
I'd have never made it. We had a friend whose wife must have had a very brain damaging event of some kind, or a millennial, the dance mom, the pageant mom. And when she showed up with the 3-year-old with the fake teeth and the fake rhymes with its and padded panties, so that there was a big bootay sticking off the back of a 3-year-old too. Just like a padded bra, you can go buy underpants for the ladies who don't feel like they have enough trunk junk. Well, fake butt on a 3-year-old. I said, well, I'm going to drown with all the vomit in my nose and lungs, and I must leave from here. Oh, you think she's pretty? Shut up. The heck is wrong with you? Man, Dean's not very cool. No, not about that. And all the dead horses covered in lye, and those with enough energy to not want to smell the smell. Help put dirt on the site. Others lately said that they got bodies back to bury with honor. They did not. The lie made it impossible. It's in the stories of how the VA got started to make sure soldiers and even the horses were treated better after battles. Yep. The Inquisition. What a show. We sort of covered it. I'm back on the news headlines. We went down a good road. Traveled. We traveled. We bounced around, following it where it might have gone in the dynamics of stuff. 03, 24, 10. Mark off a couple of newses. I kind of covered it earlier. Let me go rehash what I said earlier about I giggled to myself about the T guy that we're not allowed to say is the prez. So he's the T, like in LGBTQ prez. Please, Mr. Trump, just for a couple minutes, kilt, call it skirt, steal from them forever. First woman president. Ha ha. Poor old Joe. Not gone, but he is certainly totally forgotten. And I had mentioned earlier, you both were here, that all of this stuff happening, especially the congressperson men's who say, I spoke with him, and by him I mean the president. And by that they mean their president, Donald J. Trump, not the real current president, Joe Biden. But if Joe Biden won't stand up for himself, good for you, Joe Biden. My next thought is with all this Congress and everybody else meddling and saying, well, I guess we'll have to shut the government down because Trump, well, Trump knew that you were going to blame him. He ran, he knows. You blame him for everything anyway, for all time in history. What does he care if you blame him for something else? Show me in writing where he did any of that in writing. Or shut up. And again, I'm not trying to encourage anything. I just had the thought. Should the employees just strike? All of them. Let the electeds do without the peasants and the peons. And the answer is no. I wrote in my own giggle, in a real better world. And the thought came to mind because there was a headline this morning how somehow the Teamsters have convinced enough Amazon employees to strike under their name. So now if you don't get your Amazon by Christmas that you paid your Prime for, it's because the Teamsters meddled. And people are stupid. Of course they think the union's there to help them in some way. I mean, their use, I guess we should say, if we had any kind of government that we could rely on, or we could rely on ourselves. See yesterday's discussion about if people come to invade your home and take it over, you're going to call the cops? What?
Nope.
And all of my rantery about bad bosses and bad employees and all the other, the federal government is no different. It's just another employer. And what I thought about with all this crud about, oh no, we're going to have to shut down part of the government. And the only one that hurts is the contractors. They get furloughed and they may or may not ever get their promised pay. So I thought, you know what? If no one else, in my perfect little dream world, you know who would go on strike and tell them all to shut up and stop calling Donald Trump? You better damn well call the real president of the United States. The payroll office. Just you guys. Go on strike. Make sure that nobody, including expenses and their monthly checks on the 3rd, all the electeds get their paychecks. I promise you, when you cut the funding from the individual officers of the United States Secret Service, all presidents all of a sudden are going to be ass out in the wind, they say. There ain't no loyalty there. No paycheck, no protection. So here I am saying, this is in my own demented, fictional, academic, fake, goofy movie that'll never get made about some future or past America that never could happen anywhere because it would require at least one good person to exist that doesn't. And I answered my own goofy. Yes, please go on strike, all of you. Make them go to drag their asses to work and write on pencils and papers, unplug all their computers. I don't believe for one second that that old decrepit can't even stand up for a full 3-minute press briefing. I can't remember the old guy's name that's always covered with bruises and always falling down and passing out and having tonic states. I think he's a senator. If you remember who I'm talking about, George or Elizabeth, holla. Doesn't matter. You think he's going to be able to plug in his own computer and get his own paycheck out of it? No. Probably has to ask his great-grandchildren how to work the phone just to answer it. And don't you have to have it plugged in for it to ring? Yes. But that would be glorious. You cut off the money and see how many people are going up there. The rest of them know this is all fun and games, but it's still not fun and games to people who have bills due. Well, you're going to get your money back later, so you just go to the payday loan center and pay a bunch of that 29 and plus % interest per annum that we bitch about. And well, Michelle Warren, if that's her name, I don't remember, Elizabeth Warren, say a bunch of caca about how you're the consumers we're looking out for. Well, listen, you sclavos, slaves, wage slaves that work for my federal government. If your boss treats you that bad and you keep going to work there, that's on you. Stop crying about them treating you bad. You know how you can fix it? Walk. Let them figure out how to wipe their own butts. Otherwise, all the rest of you pass your continuing resolution and get the government funded and stop scaring the peasants. Especially because I know a lot of people who lost their jobs forever because their companies could not survive the furlough. Way down here at the street level, even right inside of Fort Liberty Bragg, North Carolina, the contractors pay forever. For your oil, we have to shut it down. We have to do a thing. Get a rule book. If you guys don't get your budgets done and get your resolutions passed, you're fired. Thank you. Make them sign a resignation on their way in, and the president just gets to hold on to them. When the president decides, and you guys be careful now what you say about Donald Trump. When the president, duly elected, decides that he's had enough of whatever Congress moron he's having to deal with or we're having to deal with, he can just dig their undated resignation letter out of the file and resign them. They can sue. See you in court in 17 years. Oh, I saw another headline about AOC and Pelosi. My mother-in-law calls her Nancy Pelosi. She's right. She's a woman in my life. She's right. Oh, something about some silliness. Pelosi, AOC, Commission. Maybe? AOC. That was 3 days ago. Well, I just saw the first headline this morning. AOC loses key vote for committee leadership to Pelosi. Uh-huh. Beautiful. Beauty before age, I guess, this time around. Whatever the seat was. The old bird, who a while back said she wasn't going to run again in 2024, till she did.
Uh, Texas train derailed after hitting tractor trailer barreling through city building.
So we got the AOC done. Some committee garbage. You know what? We need to outlaw those too. No more committees.
And New York governor is deploying National Guard into the subways again.
Yeah, I saw something about that. It didn't interest me enough to make a note.
That's what I said, again.
So we're gonna say AOC lost seat to 74-year-old because of Nancy. Whatever. I'm sure I don't care. What else we got? Something about a train derailed in Texas?
Yes.
Oh no. Is it full of chemicals and all that other stuff from, do we call it Palestina or do we call it Palestine? What do we call it? The Ohio train wreck?
Pecos. In fact, it was in Pecos, Texas.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
And why governor deployed guard into subways? Not the sandwich shops, small s. Or maybe they did go and they're all standing around wondering why did they send us here without any vouchers and cards for the sandwiches?
750 National Guard members and 250 members of the Metropolitan Transit Authority are on the New York subways to try and make the holiday season safer.
Hey. Let's know how that works out for them. Did they send them armed or just as an unarmed presence for
They're-
deterrence?
The pictures I've seen are unarmed.
Very good.
But here's the thing: those National Guard members, if they're not mommies and daddies, are going, "Yay! I get paid. I'm on military time. It goes towards my retirement."
Let's ask
I wonder if they
Mass.
also get hazardous pay.
Baltimore County Police investigating 1 day ago, 3 hours ago. Fatal victim at people.com. They might have videos that auto plays with an ad. Fatal victim of Maryland mass pew pews. ID'd was violence related to teens. Can't read it. I'm not going to click to people.com. Named Charles Graham Jr. Rip. So sad. My heart is broken unless I find out he's a bad guy. She, it.
Oh,
2 days ago,
I need
2
to
days
make
ago.
I need to make a correction. Some are armed, some are not. Of the National Guard.
I'm sure they have careful instructions.
I'm sure they do.
All of a sudden, page 2 of Google results turned off my dark mode. The only one who has current updates, who seems to remember that a bad thing happened in Maryland, is people. Everybody else is 2 days ago, 2 days ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 1 day ago. 1 day ago. 2 days ago, 2 days ago, 1 day ago. It must not be that important. Oh well. So sorry, Charles something Jr. And the other 8 victims. DOA victims. For whatever reason, AOC got your thunder. The young versus the old. The 74 and the 81-year-old. Showed that little whippersnapper. We outvote you. Where was the other one? Madison. WI update. 2 days ago, 1 day ago. That one has fallen out of favor as well. Because
The name of the person that kept falling down, that wouldn't happen to have been Mitch McConnell you were thinking of, was it?
yes. Always covered
Okay.
with strange bruises.
He's someone that needed to have been retired 4 years ago or more.
40, yeah. 40 years ago. You're right. Yes. Can you say term limits?
Yes, I can. And I'd even vote for term limits.
There appears to be nothing updated about Madison either. MD and WI equals MD DOA victim ID'd. I should have stayed longer and copy pasted it. I apologize, Charles Jr. and family. I'm a bad people. All the right words that I don't know, and that there are no right words. All of the words because none of the words. Sorry, doesn't get it. I'm aware, but we have to sometimes just robotically say the disingenuous things we say. It's all we've got. And then Wisconsin, no news. Is no news good news? Dunno.
I don't know. The Chapel Hill group that rescued the American flag from the anti-Israeli group on UNC campus are back in the news.
For good cause, or did they just wait and spring a trap on them to make see they're bad?
Well, the headline is UNC fratting boys honored for defending a flag against the anti-Israeli mob. Beacon of hope.
Oh, 3, 43, 30.
I thought they did a good thing. The money that was raised party, since it was so much, they took a bit for a party, a party, of course, but they also put some into a fund for scholarship for future students.
Back in the day. Yay. I made a note. We're getting out some of the good news, like AOC got scooched by the other type of young girls. Ha ha ha. Now we all get to sit around and play Mean Girls Club to each other and do titters and Don't let her sit at our table. Ha 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 ha. Go over there and lean over and whisper in her ear. I could have your boyfriend. I just choose not to. Don't anybody try to defend that goofy bunch of brats up there in Washington, D.C. to me, please. Get off my screen, Fonnie Willis. I'm through with you. And then, I'm going to put the girl up on the screen at 03, 45, 45. Break. What's that? 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
Here's
And
a
nope.
headline. Here's an international headline for you. Israel to close embassy in Ireland over anti-Israeli policy.
Aw. Okay, I got the girl up on screen and the note still sitting at the bottom of it. I will be right back. Couple minutes. Okay, I was back now. Thinking while I was gone, if you can call what happens in my head that. See, all the self-deprecating and self-effacing comments like we're all supposed to make in this day and age. Back. Thinking, well, breaking because of what Jake said about Israel and the Ireland, the land of Ire. I'm trying to sit up straight and stop leaning back and bent back crooked away from the microphone. Stop being bad strimmer. The thought occurred to me. Ask Elizabeth and George and anybody else listening. If you're listening, jump on the chat. Let us know you're here. The stats say no one else. It's just the three of us again for now. Because I don't know how any of this works. That's not how this works. Does the issuance of the warrants, issuance of the UN or whoever, the subdivision thereof, the courts, international courts, warrants against, I don't remember if he's Bebe or BB or whatever, Netanyahu. Net and Yahoo. Does it know how to spell it? Microsoft, do you know how to spell it? They sure do. Good job, Microsoft. Because the issuance of the UN warrants against Netanyahu mean that someone inside of Israel is supposed to arrest him. Meaning, not someone like agents from foreign countries that are treated to those documents and everything else. I mean, are they of some kind of belief that somebody involved in a citizen, a government, a person, like one of their local cops is supposed to nab up their, whatever he is, prime minister? I don't know what the expectation is. I just, a couple weeks ago or whenever that was, that was new. It didn't occur to me. I was like, well, I guess he can't travel so much anymore, can he? Or does anybody care? Does it really matter? What if he was found in one of those partner treaty countries and like us, like the US? What if we brought him over here to have some powwow meeting or something and didn't grab him up and bag him up and turn him over to Interpol or whoever it's supposed to be? What's the or else? What's the what if? I don't get it. I'm not that highly concerned about it. It's just a thought I had. Warrants issued against, there it is, top of the list. It was on November 21, so it was approximately a month ago. And the Hamas leader. If somebody knows, holla. I guess we'll have to try to figure out what next. 03, 54,
Have a good night.
14. I don't know, we covered a lot of ground and getting right close to 4 hours. We might call it a good night. Good stream. Good night. I don't know. You got anything that you want to type into the chatty box over there, Elizabeth, that, hey, yap about this for a few minutes. There's probably other movies, but we did manage to mix in some movies. I could talk for a long time about particularly Sofia Coppola's fantastic movies, including Marie Antoinette with Kirsten Dunst, Lost in Translation. There was something else I saw yesterday or the day before. Availabilities. Oh, that's new. I don't know if that's legit. It says The Lawnmower Man, 1992. Movies were good. Have you read my emails on the other subjects? No, I have not. I did not yet, since early this morning, my time, check email. Today has been sort of a day. Not as rough tough as a lot, but many errands and to-dos, which led to a good kind of a side story. Lawnmower Man. 2 out of 10. Although it was a 1992 VR headsets looking into the future. Because VR headsets wouldn't become a thing for another, whatever, 15 years. And then they died off. No one was interested. Now they're back again.
Yep.
Oh, what kind of headline? Anyway, the good snooze, accidental. And I actually found it out yesterday. My, we'll just wrap in quotes, wife's. I say, one of my wife's peoples, I'm going to use an acronym. I'm going to say, because I don't want to try to spell all this. Maybe I will. A rather, what's the right way to say it? Malformed, misshapen, misshapen, apparently not. No, he's not sharpened. Misshaped. Yes. We'll say that. Fine. Person. Miss. Etc. By. Born. With. Cerebral. Palsy. I think that's how we pronounce it, palsy, but it's spelled palsy. So then for many years was the bag person at grocery store. They were very kind, very nice. I guess, I'm saying too much. He is a great person. earlier this year or last year or 2 years ago or 4 years ago, I don't remember. Someone from my brother and my childhood named David came back up. Cerebral palsy, same thing. Was not supposed to live past 11, 12, 13, 15, 19. He'll never be anything. He's some kind of high up important person somewhere in a city, county, state, something. Still kicking. Doing good. Well, this guy, the one grocery store chain, at least, doing their part, hired him, but they would only ever let him be the bag person. And then, whether intentionally or just good intentions, all the regular clerks would never let him bag the stuff. And he might sometimes squish your bread a little bit, have an involuntary muscle thing. But it's all worth it. Getting along with people in your world. And he liked to talk healthy eating and all that other stuff with my wife, because she does that very well fully. I mean, eats correctly. I do not. I myself do not. She had commented for a while because they shut down. We had two of the same chain store in our city that really should be reincorporated as a township or retitled. But anyway, it's a city. We had two of their chain stores here. Along came a Walmart spider and sat down beside it, so they consolidated, and now they have one far away from the Walmart spider. Other side of town, wrong side of the tracks. She has noted for a long time that she hasn't seen her guy. He did move when they originally consolidated stores. But she has wondered and wondered and wondered. And I noticed maybe 10 days ago that a very similar shaped, very similar looking guy, but he's very tan and has a very handsome full beard now, was standing with full honors doing the full checkout and bagging at not my wife's preferred grocery market store, mine. I don't like to go to hers. It's one of those card club, enter your phone number stores to find out you didn't qualify for the supposed card club discount phone number sales price. That really starts next week, but we put the signs up today. Those places bug me. But there he was. And then I asked yesterday about him, because I go to my grocery place to pay the household bills. They're the last pay center for the big energy company in my little town that doesn't have enough people in it to support a company sponsored. They just use a contractor, the grocery store. I saw him again. I said, "What's his name?" And they told me his name. But I forgot to tell her yesterday. So I went back today to do she gave me a list shopping and saw him again. So I remembered to call her and say, "Hey, do you remember his name?" I didn't have to say the cerebral palsy guy. Because she's really good with names and I'm not. She said, "You mean from my grocery store?" Yes. So I told her all about it. She was very happy. Not enough that she's going to change grocery chains, but she's very pleased that he's still in the business and he found himself a higher role, more, not limited because they were really just trying to take care, don't whatever, misguided ideas of if he claims he can do it, let him do it. If people complained that he squished their bread, he would almost never handle eggs. He would always ask either the customer, us, or the actual clerk slash teller slash beeper person. Can you do the eggs? Can you take care of the eggs? Because he didn't want to accidentally smash them or drop them. But still, is now a full clerk slash teller at not her store. But yay! That's of note. It's important. I'll think about whether or not to reveal the stores or whatever. Probably not. Oh boy. And rice. Answer the question. 04. 06. Time flies when you're having fun talking about good things good people did in your little local neighborhood. And rule. Is there any on it? And rule. Ted. The stranger beside me. That's the Ann with a 4-letter last name, starts with R. That wrote the book about Ted Bundy. It was on my mind from earlier. And rule worked beside slash with and wrote the first book about Ted. Are we allowed to say his name anymore? Ted Bundy. Close that up. It's Ann without an E. Ann Rice is the one with an E. They did a clerk promotion. I like good things happening. Yep, me too. And he seems quite happy and content. Beeping away at all the beeper things. And he knows what the produce is, unlike all the rest of the young peoples around here, because he spent years. It's part of why she liked him so much and liked him to bag her groceries and slowly help her out to the car with him, even though she didn't want or need it. She liked hanging out with her guy because he tries to eat well also. And they had good conversations about like the many ways to make kale, not just kale. Can you cook it? Can you put this sauce on it? Can you squeeze a lemon on it? Can you do this? Can you? How do you make kale not just kale? Those kind of things. People didn't know.
Garbage disposal.
Oh, how dare you, sir? This, of course, means war.
I hate to say it, I don't like kale. I like turnip greens, or raw turnip greens.
Yeah, I was making a
Like
joke.
I said, and I like I love collards.
Are you calling my woman a garbage disposal?
No,
Did you call
never.
her you? Well,
You.
at the rate she inhales kale, you might call her, or I'd say. No, I said that. No one else said it.
Talking about things that are good. Don't get at a. In the South, they bring over food when someone dies.
Yes.
When my grandmother passed away, one of the things one of my aunt's friends brought over were these fancy open-faced sandwiches that had some sort of cheese on it, avocado. I don't remember what they're called, but they look like little plants, like a little stem with a little leaf on top. I just called it cow food. And I went, bleh. Oh, it had an egg, a poached egg. And I just went, bleh. That's the reason I don't like avocados. I don't like their texture. I don't like their taste. The cow food, I don't, because it looks like little plants that hadn't had a chance to grow yet. Like they belong on a chia pet. I don't remember what it's called. I didn't mind the egg and I didn't mind the cheese, so I take all the other stuff off, other than the egg and cheese, and toast it.
Yep. And me and my wifey
People that are-
woman both say, isn't all that garbage that they bring over after the funeral or the wake, or the big Southern food thing, exactly what got us here in the first place? Oh,
Well, I would say yes, but not when it came to my grandmother, considering she was 85 when she died. Her husband, my grandfather, died in his 80s, but his life, he was literally rode hard, put up wet, especially in his early years. His early years, he had quite a few jobs. I mean, he went from being a typesetter for his father to college, played football, and just to tell you what kind of football we're talking about, he graduated UNC Chapel Hill, then just called UNC in 1912. Worked as a revenuer for a while up in the mountains of North Carolina. And one of my favorite stories about that is his supervisor came down from DC, and this is because he was doing the paperwork. He says, "Let's go bust up some stills." He went, "Okay." And as he was walking out, the supervisor says, "Where's your pistol?" "In my drawer, locked up." "Oh, aren't you going to carry it with you?" He said, "No, because that's a little 38 short nose pistol. Those good old boys up there are using long rifles, and they're a better shot than I am. So we have our unwritten rule. I find it, I bust it. If I can't find it, I can't bust it." "Do you know who they are?" He says, "Yeah, I know who they are. I can't prove it, but I know who they are." Yeah. Then he went into World War I as a private. On his first day there, on the second day there, he was discharged and then re-admitted in the Army as an officer at Camp Jackson, which is now Fort Jackson in Columbia, South Carolina. He was on the first boatload of troops from the United States to Europe, and is on one of the last boatloads to come back. And the last boatloads because a South Carolina senator wanted to have their own victory parade for Southern soldiers. The whole reason my grandfather couldn't stand South Carolina politicians. His first job coming back out of the Army, even though he was technically got 100% disability, was draining the swamps of Florida, working for a railroad as an engineer, hydroelectrical engineer. And when he was on leave from that job, he told his mother that he was changing his ways because he'd been to hell and he didn't want to go back, referring to Florida during the summer before AC, because we're talking around 1920, 21. He had an opportunity to go back in the Army. He started to volunteer. Actually, he did volunteer to go back in the Army in 1940, 42. but the North Carolina state deemed him too essential to running the state, so he was not allowed to go back in. Instead, he wound up training soldiers at Camp Butner on survival tactics and techniques. There's a water purification plant up in Durham named for him.
Awesome.
Died when I was in 4th grade.
Not awesome.
Well, my brother got to know him more than I did because due to scar tissue from a shell fragment during World War I, he started getting Alzheimer's in his early 70s. It's like my brother being the oldest and 8 years older than I am, almost 9, got to know both our grandfathers where I didn't. My grandfather Hintz, he thought when you turn 65, you're supposed to retire. So he retired. So he went into depression because he didn't have anything to do. And he started getting electroshock therapy for depression, which fried his emotional synapses. So in my entire life, for the most part that I can remember, he was there and he knew who we were, but he couldn't show any emotion one way or the other. And every time I'd go over there, he'd be in his bedroom watching TV. Don't know what the heck he watched, but watching TV, and then he'd come out for dinner and then go back. It's like, and that's the extent that I knew my grandfather Hintz. Even though I heard stories about him from my grandmother and my father and my mother, it just, I got to know, I very much knew my grandmothers. They ruled the house with an iron fist and a velvet glove.
Iron fist.
I mean, I think I told you this before. The reason up until my nephews were born, I vetoed or didn't participate in Christmas was because on Christmas Eve, when I was about 11, is when, oh, maybe a little later than that. I can't fully remember. I might have been a early teen. My uncle died on Christmas Eve, and from that point on, I just, Christmas doesn't mean the same to me anymore.
Yeah, you have
But
to.
when there's
You
little
hold
ones
the
around,
interwebs.
but when little ones are around, that's what makes Christmas extra special. To see the gleam in their eyes, their happy little faces. No, when I mean grandma's wore with an iron fist and a velvet glove, I'm in it. Give you an idea, during World War II, my grandmother Hintz made it all the way to sergeant major in the Army Air Corps. In fact, I have one of her original dog tags in my curio cabinet. Very interesting women. Grandma Williams went to college when women didn't go to college. And around the turn of the century, she went to Spartanburg. I don't know the name of the school there. And her roommate, talking about destiny and small things, small world, her roommate wound up being Senator Sam Irving's wife. And that's the Senator Sam Irving that was the head of the Senate committee for Watergate, as well as he was the head of the military appropriations and naval appropriations committee. So when my brother joined the Navy in the early 70s and he was still in office, every now and then he'd get this letter from the desk of Senator Sam Irving, which made his commanding officers very nervous.
Yep.
And what it was is during Watergate, or before, my grandmother signed us up for the Senator Sam Irving fan club. I used to have a Carolina blue nightshirt with his face on the front. But this is also the same grandmother that took us to, with an aunt that took us to plays and North Carolina Orchestra, the Durham Orchestra, the finer stuff in life. Grandma Hintz was the one they used to have to trick me into the car to go see because we were too much alike. We butted heads constantly till I was about 8. Then she almost became like one of my best friends because we thought so much alike. Still remember 5th grade. I was out sick for a week, and normally I'd go over to Grandma Hintz's because we both lived in Wilmington. But she had a job, and when I got back to school, I found out what she was doing because a bunch of students said, "We know why you're so mean now, George. Your grandmother was our substitute teacher." And she was one of those ladies that just didn't take nothing off of nobody. They saw being stern and by the rules as being mean.
Look where we are now. We can't have no rules. Because define rules and define each word in the rules. And then we
But
wonder.
she also was of the attitude, and that's where I think I get it. If the rules apply to one, they apply to all.
How dare you? Kids these days would never understand.
No, they
Yes,
wouldn't.
equal treatment means everybody but me. Of course, that's what it means. Yep, I just said an ageist thing. Except for my grandchildren. They're perfect in every way.
Oh, my nephews aren't perfect. I've gotten after them for a couple of things, but I do love them, and they're good. They're good guys. They're men now, and I do mean men.
Pronouns ascertained.
Even
Well,
my brother-in-law, who I thought was and sort of kind of still do, a brat, has turned out to be a real good man.
good.
In fact, as a teacher, I had to make sure he didn't get into one of my classes. And they said, "Why?" I said, "Because he's my brother-in-law. I'm not teaching my brother-in-law because I know I'll be tougher on him than I'll be on anybody else." Just the nature of being a person. You expect more from family. That's the reason I always hated working for my dad. He always expected more from us than other people. But I still did it, but just not for money. You got your honeydew list. We used to call them the sundew list.
Oof.
Because every time we would go see my grandma, my grandmother had a list of things for Fred, my dad, to do. So whenever I go to my dad's, I'd go, "Okay, what you need me to get done?" I just thought that was the way things happen. It's not written rule. It's just you do it. Part of honor thy mother and father.
All right. Tomorrow there will probably be, most likely, high probabilities. None of this live stuff from my end.
You got something to do on Friday?
I don't know.
You do need to take a break. Take care of yourself. Take care of Priscilla.
Yep. I've let it fly a couple times. Nobody knows
Sometimes
who
I
that
forget.
is.
Sometimes I forget we're going live, and it's just not us talking via the computer.
Yep. You got any ideas for anything we should go over on Saturday or Sunday?
I don't know. There's so much happening in the news. You almost got to wait and see. Will this happen or will this happen?
Yeah, it's kind of a given to add into these things some, we'll put it in there.
So I'm hoping
I'm not sure
to
that's the
finally.
right thing. React content. Mostly
I'm
about
yeah.
news. Mostly.
Well, even some foreign affairs affect our daily lives. But I'm hoping to be able to watch the newer Ghostbuster movie as well as the Deadpool and Wolverine movie, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I gotta wait for the wifey to be home because she wants to watch them too.
Hoping to watch some Flickr shows to be able to talk about those. The quick preview is another guy I know. We'll just say B. Loves Deadpool and Wolverine. And it's just not, I haven't seen it. He's sent me a lot of check out this little clip or check out that little clip or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just not Dean's thing.
Thing. Well,
I will probably never see it all the way through. It's not me, whatever. So if you do see it, it'd be good to have another real live opinion on it. I didn't.
okay.
I purposely EFAP did a big thing on it. I'm sure. Let's ask the tube.
Because mostly what I'll be doing tomorrow is paying bills and Saturday and Sunday grocery shopping.
Oh, how fun!
Yay!
The EFAP did. It looks like 6 hours and 11 minutes on Deadpool and Wolverine, and I just didn't watch it. That I cheat myself, like I said earlier about the biases or whatever. If you like, you've mentioned it, George. I'm just using this as an example because you've mentioned it. If you let the extracurricular affairs of Clooney, that's his name, right?
Who?
George Clooney.
Yeah.
If because of his out of school politics, you refuse to watch anything he's in, that's good for you. I have actors that I fired. I refuse to watch the stuff, and I may well, daggone well, miss something.
I will addend that. I will not go seek out to watch his stuff. He has done one movie I do like, which is Brother Where Art Thou, and I watched one that he was in, but he wasn't. He was just a bit part in it, but he produced it, and he ruined the story, which was Monument Men. He did not really go into what the actual people did. What the actual people, the Monument Men, did was far outdid what the movie showed. They actually made light of it. And there's one other actress I boycott, Jane Fonda. And that's due to where I grew up. Grew up around military bases and military people.
We'll talk about that next time we do live stuff. The bias. I'm not.
Oh yeah. But I
There are
attempt to keep
plenty
it.
that, because of their acting and their acting only or whatever, it's the
I mean,
the school stuff doesn't bug me so much. I had up on screen for a minute. And maybe it ain't your flavor of movie. It was mine. International espionage and spycraftery and all this other
we talking
mysteries
James
and
Bond?
intrigues called Siriano with George Clooney and Matt Damon.
Okay. Well, I mean, I have nothing against Matt Damon. I'm just not a fan.
Yeah, and if it hadn't been friends pushing first the books on me, and then
Yeah.
years later, oh, did you know that the Born Identity and series and all those are coming out? I would have
I didn't
never,
mind I
because of
did
the
like the Born
early
Identity.
work of Matt Damon and Ben Affleck together.
Yeah.
The one that they won all the awards for and got super famous for might have even had Robin Williams, and I don't remember. I hated it. It's just that is not a for me movie. That is for the Academy and all the really better movie people.
Yeah. Well, a lot of
Really.
shows that have won the Academy Awards over the past 30 years, I never liked. Not really. I mean, the Lord of the Rings series, I liked the movies. I knew the flaws in them, but I still liked the movies. He went a
The
little
other,
overboard. Hmm?
go ahead.
I was going to say he went a little overboard with adding things to the shortest book, which was The Hobbit. He should have made one movie. That's it. He could have got the whole Hobbit in one movie.
Yeah, and that's another one that I have to agree to disagree and not fault them for eternity. Everybody involved with that EFAP that I love, love, love. I love them. I highly recommend them to anybody who will listen. And I already said earlier, this show, well, it's the off-shot tangents or the talking, the thought of something happening in a movie, like we're talking now. It leads to us talking about biases and things like that.
Yeah.
When
I
they
mean,
go
don't get me
off on
wrong.
their tangents, you might learn something about people in your world. And
Yeah, I like the movies, but I'm just saying they call it the Hobbit trilogy. It was just a bit much.
yeah,
They
the
they
original Lord of the Rings, the EFAP guys, it's like part of their thing. I guess I could never get on their show because I absolutely hate all of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy from 20 years ago or whenever it was.
I enjoyed it. I mean, it was, but I also enjoyed the theatrical view because it was I and a buddy of mine. I managed to get off work a smidgen earlier than I was supposed to, so we could go eat and make the first, Friday night midnight showing or Thursday night midnight showing, which was fun because at the time, even though I was teaching, I didn't have to be in the school till noon, so I could sleep in. Due to the fact it was an alternative school and we were sharing a building with a middle school alternative. alternative middle school, and I taught high school, so we didn't really start bringing in students till about 1:30. And it just, I have fond memories of the time to go to it. I have fond memories watching, sitting around New Year's Eve, watching with a bunch of friends the extended versions, having a movie marathon. Even the bad movies I enjoyed when it was a group of friends sitting around watching them. There was one called Raptor Island with the guy from Knight Rider. Oh, God, it was bad.
Yes, there's many that the company you had while viewing it, even the ones that I thought were so bad they're good.
Yeah.
No, maybe we'll talk about that. We'll talk about.
Well, it's all about the company, because I still remember sitting around a campfire, I and two others.
A movie.
We were out on a hunting trip. We didn't get anything because they just didn't come out. So that evening we were sitting around the campfire. We had a pellet rifle, and we were shooting twigs in the trees, trying to get them to land on each other. The twigs, not the pellets. And it was just three guys having fun, not hurting anybody.
Besides Deadpool, Wolverine, what was the other one you said you were hoping to catch?
The new Ghostbusters.
New Ghostbusters.
Not the female one, the one with the kids. The second one with the kids. It's something City the Frozen or something like that.
I got it written in the notes. We'll be able to crawl back to it Saturday or Sunday and figure out what else to talk about. I got some other notes up there. They're on the screen. Well, we made it.
Frozen Empire. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire.
New Ghostbusters. Frozen Empire.
I liked the first one. I definitely love the original Ghostbusters, but the Ghostbusters Afterlife that came out in 2021. One of the TV shows I'm looking for is the second season dealing with the SAS during World War II.
Oh, that's another one. I can try to look up and find. Circling it back to the topics. Look up and find DW. The HBO series that has excellent G word handling stuff. It's about a couple of former soldiers or current soldiers. I don't know the whole deal. It was a HBO series, I think. Not a sponsor, not an endorsement. It only ran a couple of seasons about, some madness involving soldiers or ex-soldiers or secret agencies, OGAs and all the other government agencies or NGOs, not government organizations. Lots of explosions and car chases and desert sand dusties and stuff. And every bit of it, they apparently had very good consultants, trainers about the G words and the weapons handling. That I was like, I'm watching this G word show.
Hopefully it's as good as Band of Brothers.
And not PO'd and turning it off. Because when you get deep into it like I am, that can suspend your disbelief horribly. No, Band of Brothers is just fine. Fabulous.
Oh, yeah.
10 out of 10.
They got some of the character's history wrong, but that's okay. Not much. But they didn't color code it either. How bad it was.
Oh man, and I see that's how bad I am. We'll talk about Band of Brothers next time too. Put it on the list.
Well, it does not help
Band
when
of
maybe that platoon, but that
Brothers.
regiment, the 101st, I actually knew growing up veterans of the 101st from Bastogne and all those other things they were showing in Band of Brothers. I grew up with those old men type routine. Part of it, at age 12, started volunteering at the, and 70, well, I think it was 12, volunteering at the VA hospital in the physical therapy department. Well, sort of kind of forcefully volunteered because my mom didn't want me hanging out to the house by myself. She thought I might get up to mischief, which I probably would have. And then dealing with her patients and stuff that were there was one World War One vet, World War Two vets, Korea, Vietnam. And being a youngster, they love telling stories to a youngster. And then growing up reenacting, some of the reenactors were veterans. Actually, a lot of them were veterans from the various conflicts, wars.
Yeah.
And then again, you and I are old enough to have experienced some of the home effects from their latter part, mid part, and latter part of Vietnam. Considering from 68 to 72, no, 73. I lived in Jacksonville, North Carolina, which was a major Marine base. Then I moved to Wilmington. And then in 77, we moved to Fayetteville. But I started reenacting in 75 when I was 8. 74. Excuse me, not 75, 74.
Vietnam, People's Republic of. That was a paradigm changing event. That didn't just last a week or two.
Nope. Started in 65 officially. Started in 65, went to 75.
Yep.
Almost seems that the more high tech we get, the less KIAs we get, but the longer the wars last. Start looking at casualty rates. Let's say starting from the Spanish-American War to now. I think the casualty rate peaked at World War II.
Now that we live in the GPS era and the drone era, it's hard to say.
You still got to have boots on the ground. Sorry.
And how's that working for you? I meant to check in sometime today and forgot to put it in the checklist, so it must have been meant not to be checked in on. How's things in not our Georgia? In the other Georgia, not Ukraine. They installed the supposed people hate him Russian loving Presidente or whatever they call it, the boss, the new boss, on Saturday. There was more excitement, riots, protesters, whatever they call them these days. But that's not something we talk about much on our news. It's not fun for the news people. It is happening in our world. Maybe I'll remember, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll choose not to. I'll just keep digging through movie lists and add movies to the list so we can just talk a lot about movies and see where that takes us over the weekend. Something like that. Well, let's go get fed.
All right. Talk to you later.
04 and 46. I will say good night to Elizabeth and give it some 04, 47, 00. Having said into the lag, good night to Elizabeth and Watcher 3. Wind it down. Waiting. T minus 15 seconds. The lag wasn't so bad this time. So we're going to say, to meet the timestamp, here we go. 2, 1. Mainstream turn off in 3, 2, 1.